The Workings of a Human Specimen, by Lucians. Chapter 46, Hello, Reprieve. Goodbye, Choromatsu, the first leader called without emotion. Goodbye, the head of animal behavioral studies also waved, showing no remorse nor pity. And with that, the doors were shut. Choromatsu was roughly handled, walking through the halls as he struggled mindlessly like a wild hyena fighting for its life. He felt just as Osomatsu and Choromatsu did, feeling the need to snarl and snap at the officers as he was walked. Eventually, new doors were opened and he was shoved and tossed inside the confines of a housing pod. He collapsed to the ground and scurried to turn around, looking up at the officers in horror as he was backed into a corner like a filthy animal. One of the two officers stood at the doorway, staring down at him with arms folded. The other held the door open to give one last remark to the doomed criminal. "Hey, you want to do your part in our work towards the great truth, huh?" The individual gave a sneer. "You want to know the great truth? What really happens after we die?" The officer leaned in, looming over the panicking individual bound on the floor. They spoke slowly with intent, glaring before the powerless. "The answer is nothing," they spat. Choromatsu whimpered, unable to control his rapid breathing as he listened to the other's haunting words. "Nothing. That's what happens after you die." They peered ever deeper into his wincing eyes. "It's an age-old secret known amongst the older ones in our society. All of our research, our studies of physics and energy and life and death and consciousness and awareness, it has yet to lead us to any significant theory. And for that reason, we suspect life is nothing more than a quirk of nature, and consciousness, alongside the body, too rots away upon death. So, I hope you thoroughly enjoy these last moments of consciousness you will experience." With that, the heavy door was shut and Choromatsu was immersed in darkness alone. Intermission. Choromatsu, alone and savage, untamed and wild like the most ferocious of beasts, he did sit in the darkness for a few moments to process what had just happened. Process. No, he couldn't process anything at all. The fact of the matter was that he had been sentenced to die by his supposedly ever-loving leaders. Confined now within a tiny little room, he did panic and cry, letting out muffled Horovagan whimpers beneath the inky black substance that glued his lips shut. He tugged and jerked his wrists, attempting to pry any of them free from their constrained position behind his back. He lunged at the door, fighting to break it down with all his physical strength. It was no use, he was in a sealed room. No windows, no vents, no way out save that door that was locked before him. Choromatsu knew there was no negotiation to be had. His fate was secure and unmoving so long as his leaders reigned omnipotent above him and his colleagues. He was destined to die, and the thought sparked thorough terror through his veins. Letting out an uncontrolled scream, Choromatsu collapsed to his knees, shaking wild. He couldn't catch a full breath of air, he was far too gone. He was hyperventilating, letting out a desperate, frightened yell with every rapid exhalation. The horrors of the present moment were far too grave for him to comprehend. His body, it hurt. Fear, it was painful. Fear and sadness and anger and grief and premature lamentation, it consumed him so, causing immense pain throughout his body. All physicality that he possessed was hurting, as if he were bleeding from every pore. His chest especially harbored a storm of agony that became unbearable with every passing moment. He was in physical hell. All sorts of panicked noises left the alien's throat as he glanced about feverishly, eyes wide in the darkness that blanketed the lightless room. He could feel his fingers going stiff, finding himself unable to properly move them from their tense positions. It was likely due to the lack of oxygen reaching his extremities. He wondered briefly if his arms would be next, but couldn't worry so much about that. After all, if he didn't act quickly, he was going to die. He was going to die. With a quivering exhale, the alien stood and looked around. He was completely blinded by the lack of light illuminating the area, but that was only a minor inconvenience. He glanced down at his wrist and ankle bands glowing a soft purple. First thing was first, he needed to get rid of them. Though, he had been working with the humans long enough to know that these bands weren't so easy to get rid of. They were skin-tight, wrapping snugly around the exterior of his body. They didn't exactly clip on and off either and were very strong pieces of technology. Squinting down at them, Choromatsu attempted once more to shapeshift from his horovagan form. His skin fluttered and glitched, creating visual anomalies in his surroundings as he initiated the transformative ritual. The process only lasted a few moments, his body wilting and writhing as it struggled to complete such an instinctual act. Soon, the struggle desisted along with Choromatsu's energy to fight. He was harshly jerked back into his natural form like a ghost failing to escape its body. With one failed attempt, he tried a second, then a third time to shift. It was hopeless, he was trapped in his horovagan body. All right, Choromatsu thought. He couldn't transform, meaning he couldn't slip out of the restraints with a shift in size. His next option was to attempt to deactivate them himself. He knew how these bands worked and how the technology functioned well enough to work with them. The only issue was, could he reach his neck band? The imprisoned alien struggled with his 6 arms, wriggling in attempt to detangle them from their bound position. His upper arms were certainly a no-go, for they were in too awkward a position. His primary arms were the same, but his lower arms? Perhaps, if he were flexible enough, he could manage to slip them beneath his body and rope them back to the front. Just maybe. With a determined huff, the horovagan entity emptied his lungs and tried to relax his muscles just enough to allow his arms to fall. His lower arms reached his tailbone, then his cheeks before stretching down his back thighs. Carefully he sat to the ground, lifting his behind over his hands and rolling them to the front. Then, he snaked his bound wrists up and over his legs, managing to succeed in his small task. Now that Choromatsu had gotten his lower arms to his front, he reached up and tapped the side of his neckband, just as he would if he were interacting with one of the humans as a behaviorist. Upon touching the sensor, an error popped up before him in holographic form. It said, "Error, specimen DNA detected. Database locked." Choromatsu gave a muffled, enraged scream, throwing his hands to the floor below and hitting his wristbands against the steel ground. Of course, he thought. It was worth a try, but there was no way his leaders were dumb enough not to put restrictive measures on this kind of technology. Of course he couldn't gain access, of course. He quickly reached up and tried to activate his brain chip, hoping for some sort of response. Thankfully, his holographic interface opened. When it opened, however, he could see that much of his capabilities had been remotely disabled with grayed-out text flooding the screen along with red alerts. His brain chip had been rendered useless, though he wondered, what could he have even used it for? What would calling Ichimatsu have done for him in this situation? He attempted to send an SOS signal, but that too proved impossible with the new restrictions placed over him. It was a sly attempt, but fruitful it was not. With this, there was only one option left for Choromatsu. It was all he could do, and that was attempt to break free. He needed to break the wristbands, break the ankle bands, break the neckband, break the door, break the chamber, break the noses of anyone who got in his way. He had to fight, and he couldn't let anyone stop him. With a shot of panic overtaking his senses like a shot of whiskey burning down his throat, he lifted his wrists before slamming them back down. This created a loud clink, followed by another as he repeated the process recklessly. Then, he threw his hands to the wall to his left, and soon his right. His body followed his careless swings like a bag of extra weight as he went about each act with little to no grace. Like a clumsy, helpless fool staggering in the dark, he grew more frantic with each failed attempt to break his bands. After several adrenaline-fueled seconds, Choromatsu darted forward and crashed into the locked entrance to the room with his shoulder. He could practically feel the ground shaking from his ferocity in action, throwing his body like a weighted sack with little damage done to the door. His head spun as he staggered back dizzily. It was no use, the structure of the room was far too sturdy. This didn't slow his efforts, however, as he found himself lunging toward the door once, then twice more. Finally, Choromatsu collapsed to his knees in the center of the prison cell. His eyelid twitched, his core vibrating and extremities quivering beneath the stress. He let out another scream under the inky handprint sealing his mouth, his stifled voice raspy and hoarse. All he could do was shriek in terror at his coming fate, helpless and alone in that room of damnation. Minutes passed that felt like years, a time period which Choromatsu held to desperately. For, at this time, he was still alive. He valued the sentiment dearly, having taken his life up to that point for granted. He panted over and over, tasting the delicious, fresh flavor of air that he was so afraid of missing out on. He didn't know how much longer he'd have the chance to appreciate its gentle presence, for he could sense the hands of death looming in his near future. They were stalking, waiting for his body to succumb to its soon demise so those fingers could grasp his spirit and whisk it into nothingness. It was fearsome, the unknown. Choromatsu couldn't cherish the present moment long enough. Far too soon did it come to an end, and the hour that passed felt much too modest. For eventually, the doors did open once more, letting in light and causing Choromatsu to squint through its blinding rays. The poor alien let out a shaky whimper as 3 individuals entered, all of whom appeared to be correctional officers. Together, they hoisted him up and walked him into the light of the outside. The ex-behaviorist's breathing was loud in his ears as he was made to follow. It seemed, from what he could pick up on, that his prison had been transported and attached to a ship out in space. He had been moved. Here he was entering the confines of a new facility, setting foot upon its grounds as he was forced along. Out of his darkened abode, and into a room that took him some time to see. His eyes were still adjusting to the shift in brightness in his surroundings, and he found that he couldn't immediately observe what was around him. During his brief minute of blindness, he couldn't help but to start panicking once more. Was he being walked to a euthanasia chamber at that moment? Did he only have a few seconds left to live? He jerked his arms and tried to struggle, but doing so only led to the officers handling him more roughly. He tried to speak out, but his voice was still stuck behind the handprint over his mouth. He tried to blink his eyes rapidly to restore his sight, but even his sight seemed to have a mind of its own. He was helpless, and there was nothing he could do. In a blind daze, the alien was forced to sit upon a chair. He was handled and positioned until his bands became active, breaking from their previously binding position and instead snapping to the armrests on either side of him. This pinned his 6 arms down using an unseeable, unbreakable force. His ankles too were stuck to the front legs of the chair, and even his neckband pulled his head back against the seat. In this way, each of his 8 limbs were strapped down and he was unable to move. Wrinkling his brow with a pang of dread zipping through his chest, the alien took a moment to look around. His sight was coming back to him, and he could now see what kind of a room he had been placed into. He could see trays hovering within reach of the officers, each one housing some special kind of equipment that he didn't particularly recognize. These trays, along with a bright spotlight beaming directly above head, made him feel like a patient in an operating room. Around him, each officer got to work setting up the coming procedure. One typed away their notes on a holographic interface, whereas another began booting up nearby computer systems. The third organized the tools to be utilized, the whole group working without a single word spoken. It was a silent and tense environment that only caused increased panic in the victim's heart. Choromatsu looked past his immediate surroundings and observed a few key items off some meters away. The first thing he took note of was a very odd-looking pod. It was perhaps just a little taller than he in his Horovagan form, its edges curvy and falling under quite the aesthetic appearance. It had a transparent shield on the upper half, like a little window to look through. Inside, it was empty. At first glance, he didn't think much of it. It probably belonged to someone of much superior standing. It wasn't until he looked beside the pod that things began to fall into place. Showcasing the stars outside the ship was a long, clear window. In the arms of the galaxies nigh was a planet held, a large one with 3 rings orbiting its core. They were very close to this planet, and it seemed that if they weren't simply stagnant in its outer atmosphere, then perhaps it was their destination. Either way, the moment Choromatsu saw these rings, he realized the immediate danger he was in. For this planet was Antimerides, the planet of the dead. And, with this realization came another: the pod, looking so innocent in nature, was his own coffin. The alien's eyes fluttered wide as he recognized his place was to be in that pod for eternity, a fate that was coming rapidly. If they weren't to land upon Antimerides, then he was to be transported there in that vessel. Either way, the second he were to be put in that pod, he was never again to leave. He could feel a sense of claustrophobia already rising within him like water filling him to the verge of bursting. It was devastating to see the very encasing that would hold him until his last breath. Help, he couldn't help but to whimper, trembling violently. Help! The first of the correctional officers stepped before the pathetic entity, slipping a hand toward the hovering table nearby and snatching up the first tool to be utilized. It wasn't too unfamiliar a tool, though Choromatsu couldn't say he had seen the exact model. It was a small sensor, one the officer proceeded to set on the side of the alien's temple. Here, it connected to his brain chip via a magnetic force and floated a mere inch from his skin. It glowed, signaling to his captors that it was successfully linked. Choromatsu quickly understood what was being done. It was his brain chip. Before he was to be put to sleep, it needed to be deactivated. It was unlikely any information itself would be deleted, but all capabilities and usability would be disabled permanently. It was like placing all the information, all his contacts and all his memories and history, into a sort of Pandora's box, never to be opened again. And in doing so, no trace of him would be left on anyone else's brain chips. He was to vanish and be forgotten, forever. A wire was attached to the floating sensor beside Choromatsu's head, and then another tool to that. Then, the officer got to work. The moment the process began, Choromatsu could see a small, visual indicator at the side of his vision. It was a percentage increasing slowly as the procedure was enacted. His recorded individuality, it was all being locked away in a gruesomely stoic manner where no communication was to be had. And, once it was finished, he knew his life was next to be terminated. Choromatsu shut his eyes and rolled his head back, quivering as his stomach turned over on itself. He clawed at the armrests with his fingertips and tugged at every binding, finding each one secure. His breathing continued rapidly and he found himself short of oxygen, only fueling his anxieties. "I want life," he wailed beneath the handprint. "Don't let me die, please." As one officer finished their notes, another brought a computer screen over and showed the first its contents. They nodded in response, tapping and swiping a few times on the interface before turning back to the tool it was using. As they interacted, Choromatsu could see the percentage towards total deactivation rising in his peripheral. He couldn't help but wonder, how had it already jumped to 80%? Time was moving far too quickly, and the procedure was already almost over. He couldn't tell if his sense of time was distorted beneath the panic or if it really was just a quick process. Either way, he wasn't ready to die yet. Within a minute or two, the percentage bar reached fullness and Choromatsu's brain chip had officially been deactivated. Each device was removed and placed back onto the hovering cart before the officers nodded to one another, signaling their next move. Choromatsu felt as his wristbands let loose their grip and allowed him to break free from his sitting position. He hardly had time to move, however, as he was swiftly grasped by each officer and made to stand. The moment he did so, he fought to escape their clutches, but to no avail. They handled him like meat, roughly throwing him about and dragging his worthless body across the room. Choromatsu's eyes went wide as he got closer and closer to the pod, looking ever so beautiful before him. One officer let go and pushed a few buttons on the side, opening up its doors and presenting to him a perfect coffin. Here, he was thrown inside. Before he had the chance to escape, the door was shut. Now eternally locked inside the confines of his grave, Choromatsu's breathing increased. There was very little room inside the chamber for his large, lanky body, and he found it difficult to maneuver his arms around. There was no latch inside, no way for him to open from within. He was truly trapped, with his only sight being the small window in front of his face. He saw the apathetic expressions of each officer as they worked to prepare the coffin, hardly sparing him a pity glance. To them, this was just another nut job they were putting to death. It was their job, and nothing more. Once the vessel was successfully activated and prepared, the officers gave Choromatsu one last look as a goodbye. He looked back, pleading with his gaze to an unamused crowd. They offered no sympathy nor regret for what they were about to do. With the push of a final button, Choromatsu's vessel was ejected. Choromatsu watched in horror, cramped and uncomfortable, as the coffin he resided inside blasted from the ship it was attached to, leaving the exterior and artificial atmosphere entirely. The figures that had only moments ago stood before him were now shrinking with the distance in his eyes, looking down on him from above as his chamber shot like a bullet away from the barrel. This was it. This was his final moment, seeing another Horovagan before his coming demise. Through a void environment and the emptiness of space did the chamber zip, rumbling like a freshly fired rocket slipping through the skies. An encasing of fire did radiate from the exterior of the prison as it shook, its position shifting from free-falling to plummeting as it entered the outer atmosphere of Antimerides. Colors twinkled and sparked round its path as the air surrounding the ship burned, leaving behind a trail of mild smoke harboring hues of bronze and copper that lightly reflected the cosmos about. The large planet with 3 rings gradually drew closer as the tiny pod shattered air with its speed. Its pace was great as lightning as the chamber developed into a small ball of fire, growing nearer and nearer to the planet's surface. It was a process that took several minutes, but eventually, the pod began to slow. Mechanisms escaped the pod's structure to aid in the slowing of the fall. As the coffin entered the main troposphere, the chamber repositioned itself in the air. It rotated until the top was directly facing the planet's surface in preparation for the next step of the process, which was the burial. It got closer and closer to the planet's surface before jets were opened on each side of the pod, stopping it from crashing into the ground below. With the occupant hardly being given a chance to look at beautiful foliage that decorated this forbidden planet, the pod hovered above the dirt momentarily before it began to dig. The digging process was loud and messy, the technology of the coffin working hard to bury itself deep underground. The coffin's occupant was shaken as the chamber drilled into the dirt, killing any nearby flowers and knocking trees to the ground that were just a little too close to the commotion. It took mere seconds before the interior of the pod was completely immersed in darkness as it continued to dig. Deeper and deeper, more and more obscured beneath the ground did it go. After about a minute, it had successfully buried itself several meters below the surface of Antimerides. And with that, it did stop. Choromatsu loudly gasped for air, heaving and panting as he felt the rumbles and shakes desist around him. He recognized that the chamber he was in had indeed buried itself and was now set deep and snug inside the flesh of planet Antimerides. Several tons of dirt had settled on top of the now inert pod, burying him about 10 feet below the surface. He had been buried alive, and he was alone, meant to stay this way for the remainder of his hours spent alive. The first thing Choromatsu could actively process from the present moment was what he was hearing. That said, the only noise to be heard came from his own flesh and blood. He could hear the unhinged palpitations thumping loudly in his chest, and he could also hear the unrestrained lung spasms sucking air in through his nose. He could hear the subtle white noise made from blood rushing through his veins, and everything he could hear at a degree louder than normal. Each sound echoed and bounced off the walls of the pod, making for Choromatsu a very claustrophobic experience. The second thing Choromatsu had the capacity to recognize was his visuals. There was no light, all functions of the coffin had ceased working entirely, leaving the structure as a dark, heavy paperweight. The only luminance to be had was the weak glow from his wristbands, which was enough to allow the alien to see the window before his face. Plastered across its canvas was a perfectly still image of dirt that buried him so. He could also see a faint reflection of his own face, and it was quite scary. He looked on the verge of going feral, and knew that if the handprint weren't there covering his lips, they would certainly be raised in a snarl in a terrified, defensive state. The only other sensation Choromatsu could pick up on in his state of panic was physical touch. His chamber was cramped and he was fairly certain he was completely upside down, causing blood to rush to his head. He was already beginning to feel dizzy from it, and the pressure against his brain was no joke. The coffin itself was so tight that he found he couldn't move his hands up to his face. He could struggle, but the interior was strong, so rigid that not even the pressure of several tons of dirt could cause it to crack. He was very much trapped, confined in a small space with no means of escape. Each breath Choromatsu took was desperate and frail, fearful and helpless. He tried to swallow as he took in the very real predicament he was in. It seemed to him, or, at least, based on what he could pick up on, that his people had no intention on killing him themselves. This meant that he was going to die of natural causes for his situation. From what he could tell, asphyxiation was going to soon follow the carbon dioxide toxicity he was about to undergo. He was being buried alive after all, left for dead and forgotten. No one in the universe save a few loyal officers and his all-powerful leaders knew of his location. He felt small like a speck of dust, insignificant and without power. He had no control over the situation whatsoever, and the hands of death grew ever closer to taking him in. Oh, how fearful! Choromatsu could feel every muscle in his body growing tense, every nerve crying out from the panic that ate him up so. He began to hyperventilate, hardly able to process that this was where he was going to stop breathing forever. This was where his blood was going to run cold, where his heart was going to exhaust itself before giving out. This was where his skin and cells were going to break down and his body was going to rot away upon giving its final breath. Everything about the process terrified the poor alien, and he trembled violently as he heaved. Despite knowing logically that he needed to, first and foremost, preserve his air, he couldn't control his lungs. His chest expanded and shrank erratically as paranoia grew. He was already feeling a little hot in the confined space and would be gaping his jaw were his lips not sealed. It was getting so muggy in there, and he found he just wanted to break the glass and claw his way out. If only that were an option, he thought. Perhaps if he broke the glass somehow, he could end his suffering sooner than later. If he really was about to die, then why prolong the torture? Before Choromatsu had the opportunity to try the impossible, something went off in his head. He blinked a couple times, surprised to be receiving a message via his brain chip. It had long been deactivated by this point. What could possibly have gone through? His curiosity got the better of him and, filled with newfound hope, he watched as his holographic interface automatically popped up before his very eyes. As Choromatsu sat alert, gaze blinkless and intense, a video before him buffered and loaded. It was a pre-recorded feed that had been sent to him as his judgment was carried out, one that he quickly realized was most certainly sent to every Horovegan who had been executed in their society. This video featured one of the 10 Horovegan leaders, an entity by the name of Obituses. She was an individual he had only seen once in person before. Here she stood, tall with a formal and polite pose in a dark room where only she lay present. And here, she spoke. "Hello, my recently banished fawn," cooed that calming voice, apathetic in tone and infantilizing in words. MMPH. Choromatsu's stifled hum was involuntary, expressing his unease as the pre-recorded message continued. "I am here to bid you farewell as you begin your great transition into non-existence," she went on, eyes becoming narrow in a sly motion. "As you leave our society, be at peace knowing that you will not be missed. That is the unfortunate fact. Your belongings will be taken care of. Your job will seek a replacement worker. The acquaintances you've made along the way, well, they may be sad upon acknowledging your disappearance. But they will soon settle back into the embrace of conformity under the ever-loving arms of us leaders. Rest assured, society will continue to function without your hand. Your peers will see your disappearance from this dimension as an example. It will only further aid in peace among the masses. So, thank you for your sacrifice." Choromatsu winced, breathing still rapid. What was this, some sort of prank? One last fucked up goodbye to send him off? This wasn't helping him feel better in the slightest. "Now, it is out of mercy that I prepare you for what is to come following your physical deterioration," said the leader in the recording. "Based on our eons of research, it reigns true that we have yet to find any evidence of existence beyond this one. That is to say, life itself is, most likely, simply a fluke. A miraculous rarity that might never be repeated. The answer to the great question does continue to elude us, but we have enough insight to its nature that makes me confident in these words." Leaning in now, she stated, "There is no afterlife. There is no God. There is no redemption, and there is no karma. The entirety of our existence lies in these physical vessels of ours, and once they die, so too does our essence. We are nothing more than brains which inhabit bodies of flesh, and our thoughts and awareness are nothing great beyond the result of chemical reactions and neurons firing inside a skull. This grand delusion of something greater, of our energy existing beyond this realm, is nothing more than a check made by evolution to keep our sanity at bay. It is simply an illusion to keep us surviving, to keep us reproducing as nature intended. That said, what should you expect upon tasting death?" The leader smiled contently. "Nothing. Nothing at all. So, what is there to fear?" Choromatsu shook at these words, his breathing labored as he took in the meaning behind the narrative. It was just as the correctional officer had told him, their people really, truly believed in nothing. It's as described in H.P. Lovecraft's poem. The leader went on to recite. "Thus the living, lone and sobbing, in the throes of anguish throbbing, but beyond the groans and grating of abhorrent life, is waiting, sweet oblivion, culminating all the years of fruitless quest. So you see, nothing matters at the end of it, for we will all eventually pay the tax owed for having lived. The only difference is that some will die hailed and honored by their peers, while others—" Her eyes narrowed once more. "Others will be buried and forgotten. Rest well, knowing you are not the first nor the last to be deemed unfit for life and exiled from this existence." Shaking his head in horror, Choromatsu let out a whimper beneath the handprint. "Now, it is time I leave you, my dear fawn," she hummed. "I won't bore you with the intricacies of life and death, for I know your minutes are numbered. Please, take these final hours to delve into the whys and hows of your situation. Acknowledge your wrongdoings and accept the fate which you yourself have carved. Process the punishment, and allow yourself to be condemned. Farewell, my subordinate." With that, the video feed was cut to static and the holographic interface vanished from his eyes. "No." Choromatsu tried to cry out. "No, wait, don't leave me." The panicked alien began to cough and heave as his stomach twisted itself into knots. "Please don't leave." His brain chip, having delivered its final message to the prisoner, deactivated once more and left him immersed in the darkness of his tomb. Here, he squirmed and struggled uselessly like a fish out of water, flailing against the dense walls of the coffin. His limbs bonked against the interior violently, leaving bruises peppered along his skin as he went. He kicked and threw himself about like a seizure patient suffering at the hands of an epileptic episode. No matter what he did, his fate was sealed. He knew too well he was going to die. With eyes wide and lids twitching, the poor alien curled and bellowed, letting a muffled scream rip from his throat. Then, after filling his lungs again, he let out another, unhinged and hoarse in tone. He was desperate for anything or anyone who could save him. He needed help, but was afraid he was never going to get it. Choromatsu rocked back and forth madly, the blood rushing down to his face and making his head pound. It was already so humid from his breathing, so warm that he was afraid of soon overheating. How long did he have to live before succumbing to his circumstances? How much longer did he have left to breathe? Oh, had Choromatsu only been kinder. He didn't blame Osomatsu and Choromatsu in the slightest for this punishment, he instead felt sorry. Genuine unease, genuinely unappeased. He only wished he could see their bright, squishy faces one last time. He just wanted a hug, to embrace his friends and for them to embrace him back. But, would he even deserve such compassion? After all, Osomatsu and Choromatsu, he felt they both hated him by the end. Choromatsu had failed them. He had failed Choromatsu by dragging him into this mess to begin with, and then again by not stopping the spectrology report which caused him terrible distress. He had failed Osomatsu again and again, disappointing and angering the man every step of the way. He had failed his best friend, Ichimatsu, as well. Ichimatsu begged him not to say anything after the spectrology report, but did he listen? He had gotten Ichimatsu caught up in his empathetic ways, entangling him with the humans just like he himself. Upon being sentenced, Choromatsu was never given knowledge of his friend's fate. Was Ichimatsu even okay? What if he had been sentenced to death, too? If something bad happened to Ichimatsu, then it was all his fault. After all, they probably weren't just looking at Choromatsu's actions when they went through his memories, they likely took keen notice of Ichimatsu's behavior, as well. That meant Ichimatsu could very well have been punished, perhaps fixed or worse. And Choromatsu hated himself for it. The struggling alien was beginning to grow short of breath. The space he was in was so confined, so tight and narrow that there just wasn't a good amount of air to begin with. He couldn't stop his hyperventilating to get a good breath of oxygen and was beginning to feel woozy. The casing around him was starting to spin in his vision, leaving his eyes and head rolling in circles. This was it, he thought. This was the start of his slow and agonizing death. Choromatsu thought about all that brought him to this moment of suffering. He could still remember the first moment he laid eyes on a human. He thought they looked cute, helpless and docile, innocent and in need of someone to take care of them. He still remembered the cold way he delivered his lines to the poor animal upon first meeting the foreign creature, and the way Osomatsu reacted upon hearing that he was never going home again. That line still reigned true, even now. He was certain Osomatsu and Choromatsu were never to step foot on their home planet ever again. Choromatsu reminisced about his very first meeting with Choromatsu, too, about how the man came off as tough and quite intimidating. It was only after he gained the human's trust that he began to show signs of altruism and kindness. This man, Choromatsu, had inadvertently broken him. He didn't mean to. He didn't want to. But, it had happened, and it was all his fault, he felt. Choromatsu must have hated him until the very end. The poor, gasping alien thought about his upbringing, about the way he was raised and indoctrinated into the corrupt Horovegan society. He thought about how excited he was to grow up and explore a field he had been built up to work in. He was the perfect child in his leader's eyes. He was bright, but not bright enough to see past the lies. He was excitable, but strictly adhering to rules and law. He was young, easy to manipulate and mold however his superiors pleased. He was honest and curious about the universe, but also naive and gullible. The praise he received from his higher-ups kept him going, conditioning him into behaving and working towards his people's ultimate truth like the slave he was. The ultimate truth, was it all really a lie, then? Obituses, one of his leaders, even she said it was a fairy tale. And, if that was truly the case, then, there was nothing. Nothing following the moment Choromatsu's heart were to stop. Nothing following his lungs emptying for the final time. He couldn't even begin to imagine it. Such an afterlife harbored no light, nor did it harbor darkness either. It wasn't that it was gray, but instead completely lacked color. There was no black void. There was nothing. Nothing at all. No awareness, no energy, no conscious thought nor free-floating spirits wandering the cosmos, just infinite silence, forever. After death, he would simply cease to exist. And, the thought was incomprehensible. The mugginess in the coffin only increased with the passing of time as Choromatsu's thoughts raced. He panted through his nostrils, making whole-body movements as he heaved in and out. He was already exhausted from panicking, but he couldn't calm himself. His jaw naturally opened beneath the inky goop in attempt to gape as he dizzily rolled his head about, finding his vision tripping with every new glance. A fit of coughing seized him as a dryness spread to his esophagus, resulting in raspy gasps and hoarse wheezing. He felt, even if there weren't a sticky mechanism sealing his mouth shut, he wouldn't have had the ability to speak anyway. His vocal cords were growing irritated from all the frantic screaming he had done, and the air was becoming too thin for them to function properly. As the coughs finally died down, he tried to swallow to re-wet his throat. It felt as though there were a lump, preventing him from doing so. And, as the symptoms continued to present themselves, Choromatsu only panicked further. Choromatsu didn't know how to process the concept of nothing after death. What was it like? Did his very final frame of existence freeze in time for eternity, ceasing all motion and life? Or was there instead a complete absence of everything? No energy, no thoughts, no awareness, his brain functions would stop entirely, leaving him a lifeless object. He would instantaneously become incapable of thought as his brain cells died off. He would never see anyone again. He didn't want this, he wanted to survive. He was terribly, terribly afraid of death, and the existential crisis triggered from questioning what he had believed from birth left him a sobbing mess. He needed help, and he needed help fast. By now, Choromatsu's face had grown ashen and pale, even by Horovegan standards. A grey hue was washing over his lips and fingertips as he struggled to get a good breath of air. He could feel the blood pressure in his body increasing with every pump of his alienistic heart, which left a phantom pounding in his head as he remained upside down. His vision was becoming distorted, with invisible sparks and dots appearing in his eyes without trigger. Dizziness was beginning to take over as well as his head spun endlessly. Again and again it rolled, over and over. Every inhale felt empty, like the bubble of air he sucked into his lungs was missing something. Instead of getting a refreshing breath of rich oxygen, every cycle left him overheated and just a little starved. He just wasn't getting enough air, and he recognized that this was only the beginning of his slow suffocation. And, this thought only escalated his desperate gasps. Help! Choromatsu squirmed carefully in his upside-down position, finding that too much movement brought sparks of darkness flickering in his field of view. His head was feeling heavy, there was far too much blood pressing against his skull and wreaking havoc on his brain. He could feel the pressure even behind his eyes as his heart pumped the cool, black liquid throughout his veins. He knew how dangerous it could prove to be held upside down for too long, especially being as large and heavy as he was in his Horovegan form. It only made him wonder, what force was he going to succumb to first? Was it asphyxiation? Cardiac arrest? Perhaps CO2 toxicity would lead to his untimely demise. Either way, he was in for one terrifying trip. After a few more moments of gentle squirming, Choromatsu managed to bring a pair of hands to his face. His wristbands illuminated the walls of the coffin, making his sickly reflection visible in the buried window before him. He looked awful, eyelids baggy and swollen, sclera darkened and bloodshot, and halo shortened in his shallow panting. He shuddered as a thought crossed his mind, the thought that this was the face of a dying Horovegan. It made him feel ill. The alien allowed all 10 of his fingertips to rest upon the glass that was now becoming foggy before making 2 fists from his hands. He pulled them back before throwing out a couple punches, awkward from the cramped position he was forced into. He slammed his fists against the glass, madness overtaking his clear thinking. Then, he punched the interior again, and once more. He was running out of air fast, and his calm, typical irrational persona had long faded away. Hey. He wailed breathlessly, voice box quivering violently as he shrieked. A-triple-A. No. No, 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 no. Get me out of here, please. He curled his fingers harshly against the wall of his encasing, dragging them downward and making a terrible noise in doing so. With primal fear controlling his body, he clawed violently at the pod's interior, scratching against it before turning on himself. He buried his nails into the base of his throat and began tearing at the skin in aggravation, heaving as he did so. I can't breathe. He gasped desperately. Help me, God help me. His breaths only quickened as he devolved once more into a state of hyperventilation. His diaphragm jerked uncontrollably, and he couldn't stop himself from using up all his air. Seconds turned to a minute, and one turned to few as he suffered in this state of maddening fear, insanity-inducing terror. Deep, black marks formed over his throat as he clawed aggressively, finding no breath satisfactory enough. The remaining oxygen was diminishing fast and he was falling into rampant physiological hysterics. He didn't know what to do. What could he do? I want out. He gasped, voice muffled by the handprint. Let me out. Air. I need air. With every passing minute, the madness intensified. Every breath came and went, counting down like a timer to his ultimate demise. He had already lost track of how long he had been there. How many minutes had it been? How many hours? He was losing himself fast. Circles spun webs of darkness in his vision as he was beginning to lose touch with reality. His extremities had gone completely numb and he could no longer feel his fingers. With his sight gradually leaving him, it was hard to stay present in the tangible moment. Everything felt surreal, as if he were having just a terribly bad dream. His head rolled around as his eyelids fluttered mindlessly. His only conscious action was breathing. Everything else, from the clawing to the kicking to the punching and swaying, was all unconscious and automatic. Alarms rang throughout his head, creating blinding mental lights that obscured any other thought or idea that came to mind. He was in a true state of panic, and he was succumbing fast. Are you okay? Choromatsu's eyes dizzily rolled to his arms, where he momentarily perceived small, black insects crawling up and down his body. All it took was a single blink for them to vanish. Here it was. Choromatsu was beginning to hallucinate. Although he acknowledged that the insects were likely a figment of his imagination, he couldn't deny the physical sensation he experienced of little legs crawling upon his skin. He jerked his leg as he even felt one of the bugs bite him on the back of his calf. He blinked sluggishly, finding it hard to keep his heavy lids open as he tried to look down at the bite. He couldn't see it, the space was far too cramped to allow such movement. He let out a raspy whine as he began hitting the pod's interior once again, hoping for an escape or perhaps a quicker death. Who do you think you are? The alien had to do a double-take upon seeing his reflection. Something sinister had replaced him, something horrifying and otherworldly. He eyed it for the longest time, frozen in fear as he stared at the entity looking right back at him. The longer he stared, the more uncanny the thing appeared until finally, it faded away. Before he had the chance to calm himself, his body jerked as he perceived more insects crawling all over him. You really want to play this game? For a final time, Choromatsu let out a scream. The bugs, they were eating him alive. He hated bugs, and now they were here, feasting on his body before it had even died off yet. He squirmed and shook and shivered and cried as they scurried along his skin, buying more and more into his hallucinations. He again slammed his fist against the window, unaware of the bruises forming over his knuckles as he desperately tried to break the glass. It was no use, but pain alone wasn't enough to stop him from trying. But what about the rest of it? Shut up, shut up. Choromatsu tried to shout, shaking his head as someone's voice invaded his thoughts. Leave me alone. Go away. It's your fault those humans are going to be put down. They're not, The fragile, unstable individual couldn't help but to argue against the voices he was hearing. They're not going to be put down. There. Everything is your fault. You deserve death. Please. Curling into a ball, Choromatsu enacted Horovagan sobbing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Die. Succumb. Sleep. Say goodbye. Osomatsu. The alien called out, words inaudible and muffled. Choromatsu. Ichimatsu. Someone, help. Please. His consciousness, it was beginning to dwindle. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. The voices, they were growing louder and louder in his ears. They were beginning to talk over one another, ranging from gentle whispers to shouts and manic laughter. The ramblings were incessant and cared not for Choromatsu's state of consciousness. They kept going like code being run on an infinite loop. I'm watching. It's your fault. Why did you abandon us? Are you daft? What are the two primary types of aggression? Don't worry, you'll be fine. Goodbye. I'm sorry, the poor, tormented soul sobbed. Forgive me. Your time is running out. Every breath is another second counting down to your demise. It's funny, isn't it? Death to the humans. Goodbye. I can't take this anymore. Choromatsu screamed. Everything was going dark. His five senses, they were ceasing to exist. His thoughts, they were eroding into nonsensical garbage. Even the voices in his head were merging into a shrill white noise that he couldn't escape. I'm sorry. This was it. His consciousness was leaving him. Forgive me. He just wanted out. And now, darkness was overtaking every aspect of his being. Like an ocean of ink tainting everything it touched, he too was drowning. This was his final goodbye. The noise and ambience were soon gone, and left behind was nothing. Intermission. Hello. Hey, humans. Wake up. Osomatsu. Choromatsu. HN. Letting slip a groggy groan, the eldest of the two humans reacted unconsciously to the coos and whispers of someone nigh. The voice, it was gentle and sweet, calling to them as if they were sleeping infants needing to be roused. He smacked his lips a couple times before allowing his eyelids to open, perceiving a blurry face mere inches from his own. This face, it looked young, even younger than Ichimatsu. Their eyes were big, curious and innocent as they eyed the sleeping humans they were attempting to wake. What? Osomatsu repositioned himself and squirmed a little, finding that he was already sitting up against a wall. Pressing against his left shoulder, another sleeping individual leaned against him, this being Choromatsu, who also seemed to be in the process of waking up. The stranger watched as Osomatsu brought a hand to his head sleepily. Who? The other smiled. Good morning, he greeted. Rest well? Choromatsu let out a sleepy moan as he straightened, giving a powerful stretch and yawn. As he did so, Osomatsu couldn't help but to give a yawn, himself. He looked up and around, blinking a few times as he transitioned from unconsciousness to wakefulness. What's going on? He asked in drowsy confusion. Where are? As the two humans shook themselves to their senses, they glanced about to take in their surroundings. Immediately, it was clear where they were, the ship of the genetic defectives. They had been put to sleep and picked up by their Horovagan friends, just as promised. The alien standing before them in human form was none other than Todomatsu, kneeling to their level as they sat upon the ground. Other present aliens too were perking up upon seeing the humans waking up. Ah! Choromatsu rubbed his eyes before turning to the alien, rousing them. You're Todomatsu, right? With an amicable expression, the alien replied, It's nice to finally meet you too. You know, officially and what not. Choromatsu examined his face carefully before smiling back. It is, he conceded as he placed his hands on his thighs and hauled himself to his feet. He turned and helped Osomatsu stand as well, and together they stood before the oversized lobby of the ship they had previously been on. In observing their environment, they could count 7 familiar individuals present about the lobby. There was the elder Vark typing away at a computer. The two admins Opfen and Neum discussing something at a table. The counselor Jushimatsu playing what looked like a handheld video game, the nurse Tholeaf sipping some coffee casually, the neurology professor Haukea organizing files on his brain chip's holographic interface, and finally, the famous Todomatsu. Atfa and Elder Rinsel were nowhere to be seen, though this didn't cause immediate alarm. Each individual was busy with their present task, but their tasks didn't prevent them from taking notice that the humans were now awake and alert. As Osomatsu stood, he looked around with a raised brow. You guys really kept your promise, huh? With a budding grin, he added, neat. Are we? Choromatsu couldn't help but to let slip another yawn, finding himself still quite groggy. Are we going to save Choromatsu? Todomatsu took Choromatsu by the hand and led him over to a window, where the two looked out and observed. We're one step ahead of you, he told him, allowing him to take in the sight. Take a look. Whoa! Osomatsu hurried over, pushing Todomatsu eagerly and squeezing in to catch a glimpse of what lied outside the ship. He too allowed an amazed utterance leave his throat as they stared at the new setting they found themselves in. For, set like a stage before them wasn't the beautiful stars and galaxies above, but instead was a magnificent forest harboring foliage of all kinds, with a wide array of shapes and colors that left the viewers in awe. Plants infused with bioluminescence created gorgeous glows with unique hues that zapped throughout the flesh of the land, making for the humans a jaw-droppingly whimsical scene. It was hardly comparable to any forest present on their home planet. The flowers had all sorts of foreign curls and shapes, some small while others were enormous. There was even a light, pink mist weaving in and out of trees and hills that made for a surreal mural of nature. The humans stared for a long time, taking in the environment and allowing themselves to be amazed by the beauty it harbored. Neither could look away. We've already landed, Choromatsu breathed. We're on Antimerides, aren't we? That, we are, said Tholeaf, chiming in as they stood back and observed with their cup of alien coffee held close. Abiexio Grove is where Choromatsu was buried, added Elder Vark, he too joining the group at the window. That's where we'll need to go. Osomatsu cocked his head and asked, wait, how do you know that? Were you spying on us in the grand meeting cruiser? Only from afar, Tholeaf couldn't help but to chuckle, ruffling Osomatsu's hair. Abiexio Grove isn't far from here, Vark revealed. We're currently running a DNA scan on the area to find Choromatsu's exact coordinates. As soon as we have those coordinates, we'll be good to leave this ship and start digging. Choromatsu couldn't help but to frown. How long is that going to take? He pressed seriously. If Choromatsu has a limited air supply, then we don't have a lot of time. It should only be a few minutes longer, answered the other. Elder Rinsel is in the other room looking it over as we speak. We get Choromatsu's coordinates, dig him up, save his life, and then be on our merry way, Tholeaf sang. Elder Vark gave Tholeaf a concerned glance. We really shouldn't allow our hopes to get too high, he reasoned. We'll just have to see what happens. All right. As this was said, a door across the room opened. Entering was an individual who kept his face and eyes low, his posture communicating ill confidence and unease. This individual was Ichimatsu, cleaned up nicely and covered in bandages from his waist to his forearm to even his ankle. He appeared okay overall, perhaps a little shaken up but otherwise healthy. The moment the humans saw him, their expressions brightened. Sorry, Ichimatsu mumbled to the group shyly. I just needed to splash some cold water on my face. Ichimatsu. Osomatsu raced forward and threw himself into Ichimatsu's arms, embracing him tight with a giddy smile. He played with the alien's hair and asked, How you been, buddy? You remember us yet? Ah. Ichimatsu seemed caught off guard by the sudden physical affection, grimacing uncomfortably but tolerating it well enough. Yeah, I mean, things are kind of becoming familiar, I think. As Osomatsu let go of the other, Choromatsu joined them and gave his own series of questions. You doing okay? He inquired. How are you holding up? I guess I'm holding up all right. Ichimatsu gave a casual sniff and rubbed his nose. I've been studying. Since I've been awake. These guys, they're helping me remember the things and people I forgot. That's good to hear, Choromatsu smiled genuinely. God, you don't know how relieved Osomatsu and I are that you're okay. It's great we got to you in time before that memory wipe went through. So, do you remember being friends with us now? Osomatsu asked excitedly. It's definitely coming back to me, I think, he replied. Your names are Osomatsu and Choromatsu? Yep, that's us. Osomatsu beamed. And Choromatsu? Choromatsu questioned further. Do you remember him? Ichimatsu wrinkled his nose as he thought hard. Not, really, to be honest. But, he was a close friend of mine, right? You two were childhood friends, informed the human. You came from the same birthing unit. He was sentenced to death because he stood up for us, Osomatsu added. That's why we're here, to rescue him before it's too late. I see. Ichimatsu swallowed hard and brought a hand to his head warily. I don't feel so good. You're probably exhausted, Choromatsu figured, placing a hand on his back warmly. More than just that, he muttered. I just get the feeling everything we're doing here is dangerous. I feel like I'm in danger right now. Believe me, I hear you, the young Choromatsu jumped in, rejoining the humans in their conversations. I mean, Atfa should be fine, but I'm definitely going to have to go into hiding for a while following all this. You going to join us on Earth? Choromatsu questioned with an eyebrow raised. Oh no, he waved dismissively. I have a whole organization to help maintain. I'll just keep a low profile and hope nothing happens to me in the next day or so. The man eyed Choromatsu in uncertainty for a moment before shrugging. Well, he began. Sounds like you've got things figured out. Yeah, don't worry about me, chuckled the alien. Ichimatsu wrinkled his brow and sighed, discouraged. I guess I won't really feel safe until you're on Earth with us, right? Osomatsu nudged. Ichimatsu didn't seem immediately drawn to this answer, nor did he appear wholly opposed. Instead, he sent the other an unreadable gaze before speaking. I think things are just happening too fast for me to process, he admitted. I mean, you two humans, you're asking me to leave everything I know. Everything. I haven't even set foot on a planet since I left Atra, let alone hidden out and lived on one. On top of things, Earth is. He pursed his lips with a gulp. Earth sounds kind of terrifying, said the alien. I know nothing about human life and Earth culture. It's a whole new world I've never seen, and to just up and escape there, it's a lot. Well, there's no going back now, Choromatsu stated. Unless you want to re-enter your society and forget, that is. Yeah, but if he did that, he'd be interrogated for information on us and our escape, Osomatsu argued as he folded his arms. Choromatsu would be captured and put to death for a second time, and this organization would fall apart. Ichimatsu doesn't really have a choice. I really don't, Ichimatsu uttered, shaking as he stared ahead at nothing. I really don't. So, I really am going to become a refugee, huh? Is going into hiding alongside Choromatsu an option? Questioned the second eldest, glancing Choromatsu's way. I think it would be rough either way, remarked Choromatsu. Though it would definitely be more dangerous if he stayed in space with us. Safest option for Ichimatsu would be to hide out on your home planet. If that's what he wants, of course. Ichimatsu lowered his shoulders as he exhaled, looking to the ground thoughtfully. He didn't immediately say anything, instead opting to contemplate his circumstances. At this time, a newcomer entered the room from around the corridor, calling all to attention as he did so. This individual was Elder Rinsel, finally emerging from the other room and stepping foot before the group of defectives. All laid eyes on him as he began to speak. Choromatsu has been located, he announced to the anticipating party. I ask that some of you stay put to keep an eye out for anyone who might be searching for us here. He looked to the two humans and added, Osomatsu, Choromatsu, and Ichimatsu will come with me to retrieve him. In the meantime, try not to anticipate any particular outcome, for we have yet to know Choromatsu's status. Understood. The group nodded. And with that, it was finally time to rescue their long-lost friend. Osomatsu, Choromatsu, and Ichimatsu gave a brief goodbye to the others before following Elder Rinsel out of the ship's primary lobby. They ensured the atmospheric processors around their wrists were working before making it to the main entrance, where they mentally prepared for what they were about to find. After all, just as Rinsel said, they still weren't sure if it was too late for their dear friend. But that wasn't going to stop them from trying. They nodded to themselves before the entrance was depressurized, and out they exited from the ship. Here we are, Osomatsu uttered as the door shut behind them. Now upon the surface of planet Antimerides, the humans looked up and around in awe at the magnificent hues and glows of the foliage about, creating for them a fantasy-like world of gorgeous vines and flowers. The trees, they curled and twisted in unique shapes as they rose higher and higher above the little humans present. They could hardly see the sky, for the space above was filled to the brim with vibrant leaves and blossoms. With the glowing of the plants and the obscured view of the sun, it was impossible to tell whether it was dawn or dusk, only making for a more surreal experience. Their atmospheric processes shielded them from any excess heat or cold in the environment, though they could see there was a slight breeze dancing about. Mist migrating in and out of the area, stained a subtle pink color like a cloud at sunrise. Overall, it was gorgeous, which made Ichimatsu's remark all the more perplexing. This place is fucking cursed. As the group began to hurriedly walk, Choromatsu glanced Ichimatsu's way. I wouldn't call it cursed, he said. I think it's kind of pretty. It's a graveyard, Ichimatsu huffed. If there were such things as ghosts, then this would be the most haunted place in the galaxy, especially around Abiexio Grove. Could you imagine how many vengeful spirits would come of burying thousands alive over time? Do you believe in ghosts, Ichimatsu? I don't believe anything has been proven or disproven yet, shrugged the alien. I mean, the answer to that question is basically what our people have been trying to figure out for ages. We're still actively studying in hopes of coming up with the answer. So, I don't know. I see. Osomatsu couldn't stop himself from glancing over at a large plant, spores of red glowing as they floated from its petals. He cocked his head before calling to Rinsel. Why is bioluminescence such a popular trait amongst aliens? He asked. On Earth, it can be kind of tricky to find in nature. You have to keep in mind, Rinsel began as he continued past Osomatsu. Every tree that has been planted here emerged from seeds buried alongside coffins of the damned. This bioluminescence they harbor isn't a native trait to Antimerides. Choromatsu frowned. You mean? Rinsel nodded. The plants here consume the buried bodies of deceased Horovagans, and through that gain the ability to glow. In other words, the colors you are seeing once belonged to a living Horovagan. Yikes! Grimaced Osomatsu. We need to hurry then before we start seeing green. Rinsel pulled from his pocket a small device with a screen. It appeared to be a tracker of sorts, scanning the area for Choromatsu's DNA. The elder adjusted and fine-tuned the settings before refreshing the screen. Upon doing so, it updated exactly where they needed to go. He nodded to himself before picking up the pace. This way, he called to the others. Follow me. Osomatsu, Choromatsu, and Ichimatsu hurried to a sprint as the four began their jog through the haunted forest, passing by boulders, streams, fields, and trees. They raced along, following the signal on the handheld tracker Rinsel held tight to. They pushed through bushes, swatted away vines, tripped over rocks and, after perhaps half a mile or 5 minutes or so of sprinting, found their way to a field. This field, it was vast and colorful, each blade of grass housing dew drops from the early morning sun as the sky finally became visible above. Out from the thick foliage they fled, now stepping here where they knew Choromatsu had been buried nigh. They were in range, according to the tracker, and it was only a matter of time before they were to begin digging. Up ahead, Rinsel pointed. This must be it. Hurry, go go go. Osomatsu shouted as he booked it forward, feet sinking into the cool grass with every step. I think I see it. It definitely looks recent enough, Choromatsu noted as he laid eyes upon a distant patch of freshly dug up dirt. Is this where Choromatsu was buried? Osomatsu stepped foot upon the patch of soil, kneeling and dirtying his knees as he did so. He placed his palms upon the ground and began to shout. Choromatsu. He called. If you're down there, don't die just yet. We're going to get you out. Wait, how are we supposed to dig him up? Choromatsu questioned. Easy, Rinsel commented. Ichimatsu, help me out here. Ichimatsu glanced Rinsel's way as the elder reached up and tapped the side of his temple, triggering his brain chip's interface to open before him. He tapped a few buttons before closing it and creating, seemingly out of nothing, a large, translucent, transportation bubble. This bubble, it spanned a couple meters in length and was perhaps the biggest bubble either human had ever seen. Even the ones used to carry them had been smaller. Oh. Choromatsu grinned eagerly. You're going to use that then, huh? Well, hurry it up. Osomatsu urged. Let's get poor Choromatsu out already. Rinsel nodded to Ichimatsu, and Ichimatsu, though hesitant at first, nodded back. Then, together, the two aliens created another large transportation bubble. Both bubbles, having been summoned before them, lowered and sank into the soil. Upon touching the surface, they consumed large amounts of dirt before lifting off the ground. Finally, the bubbles were brought to the side before popping. Dirt rained down and made hills as this process was repeated. They were actually doing it, they were digging up Choromatsu's coffin. Osomatsu and Choromatsu watched in anticipation as the enormous, purple-tinted bubbles continued trapping soil and moving loads of it off to the side. The motion of these bubbles appeared under complete control of the aliens, as if they were moving it with nothing but the force. At first, the hole they were creating was only a couple feet deep. But as they continued working, the hole got deeper and deeper. It wasn't long before Osomatsu spotted the edge of the pod that had been buried. Look, right there. he shouted, climbing down into the dirt and using his hand to wipe the soil from the exterior. Is this it? Choromatsu, are you down there? One final bubble, brought into existence by Elder Rinsel, appeared over the protruding metal that was part of the pod. This bubble, managing to encapsulate the entire coffin along with all surrounding dirt, captured Osomatsu as well. Rinsel seemed to struggle slightly in lifting the heavy mass from the hole, but managed to bring it just outside the outer rim of the burial spot. When the bubble popped, Osomatsu tumbled in the dirt and the coffin fell onto the ground. Damp soil dripped from its walls as it rolled to its side, shielding the window with too much dirt to see past. The second the pod was freed and out in the open, Osomatsu hopped back up. Choromatsu! He cried out, racing forward and grabbing at the encasing. Choromatsu too booked it ahead, jumping to Osomatsu's side and examining the pod up and down. Choromatsu, can you hear us? He yelled, hoping to rouse the alien. Damn it, how do we open this thing? I don't know. Osomatsu viciously brushed soil off from the exterior, sliding his hand over the window and wiping the glass clean. The moment the window was freed from dust and dirt, the humans could make out Choromatsu's sleeping face. They quickly looked to each other in a panic, unable to immediately tell if he was still breathing. From behind the humans, Ichimatsu's gaze fell to the Horovagan face hiding away behind the glass window. And the instant it did, it hit him. Choro, he uttered, shoulders sinking as his eyes went wide. Choromatsu. Osomatsu and Choromatsu glanced back at their friend as he whispered the behaviorist's name. Ichimatsu, his pupils were the size of a grain of sand. His face had gone ashen and he began to tremble as few memories came seeping through his head. He stood as a statue for a few long seconds, processing as he finally began to remember. Choromatsu. He repeated again. Oh my god. Choro. In a sudden burst of energy, Ichimatsu bolted forward, shoving the humans out of the way without care whilst simultaneously withdrawing his 4 alien arms. As Osomatsu and Choromatsu stumbled back, Ichimatsu snatched the pod with 6 hands and began shaking it. He clasped his fingers around the pod's lock, attempting to pry it open with a force stronger than 2 grown men. Once it snapped to its unlocked position, the door could be moved. Dirt trickled down as a sharp hiss of carbon dioxide left through the crevices and cracks of the door. Ichimatsu wasted no time getting the pod opened, looking over the mess that was left inside. Within the confines of the pod, an inert Choromatsu lied with hands collapsed on either side of him. His eyes remained shut, lids dark and baggy, which emphasized his exhausted and utterly pale appearance. The inky black handprint retained a pristine form over his mouth, and his wrist and ankle bands continued to glow softly over his skin. Long, black claw marks stretched all the way from his lower jaw down to his upper torso, deep and destructive in nature. They lightly bled, enough to smear but not to drip. Traces of the blood were also apparent on the inside of the window and upon the tips of Choromatsu's fingers, indicating to the rescuers that he had attempted to claw his way out at some point. Overall, the scene was disturbing and the limp Horovagan looked dead. No! Ichimatsu cried out, horrified by what he was witnessing. Wake up, Choromatsu. Choromatsu. God, please don't die. Rinsel and the humans stood back and watched as tears welled in Ichimatsu's eyes. With a simple blink, the tears overflowed and flooded down the alien's cheeks, though he didn't stop to cry. He reached into the pod and hoisted Choromatsu into his arms, where he held his best friend close. Burying his ear into the other's abdomen, he listened for a moment to see if he could pick up on any heartbeat. There was a pause. Then, Ichimatsu lifted his head and looked to the others. He's still alive, he said in a raspy whisper, energized by hope. We're not too late. Rinsel took this as a cue and marched forward, kneeling beside Ichimatsu and swiping his hand through Choromatsu's wispy halo. He held his hand there for a moment, feeling the movement of air through the alien's hair. His breathing is shallow, he declared. Get that goop off his mouth. Ichimatsu didn't hesitate to reach into his pocket and withdraw a specialized cloth, wiping it over the unconscious alien's face and removing the black substance in one swoop. Once Choromatsu's mouth was freed, his lips parted slightly as he breathed. Choromatsu, please wake up, pleaded the animal doctor in their native tongue, tears still falling from his cheeks. Can you hear us? Can you hear me? Osomatsu and Choromatsu sent each other glances before crowding over Ichimatsu, looking down at the sleeping entity and calling out to him as well. Choromatsu, shouted the eldest. Don't go towards the light. Come back to us, buddy. Choromatsu, we're here to save you, exclaimed the second. Come on. Together, all four of the rescuers shouted his name one more time. Choromatsu. There were a few long seconds of silence. Then, finally, a glimmer of life sparked from the sleeping Horovegan as he made the most subtle of movements. NNG. Choromatsu cringed, rolling his head limply to the side. He could be heard mumbling, spouting unintelligible nonsense in a sleepy manner. His lips moved slightly as he gargled gibberish, eyes remaining closed as he spoke. After a few lines, something could finally be understood by the audience. I'm sorry, he moaned quietly, brow twitching in distress. Forgive me. Choromatsu, nose twitching with the oncoming of tears, sniffled and grinned. You're going to be okay, he encouraged, leaning past Ichimatsu and embracing the Horovegan in a tight hug. We're here to save you. I promise, nothing bad is going to happen to you ever again. Osomatsu too leaned in, squishing Ichimatsu between him and Choromatsu as the two humans shared a group hug with the behaviorist. Choromatsu's eyelids fluttered as his awareness flickered back into existence gradually. He could detect the heat of a couple warm-blooded animals pressing themselves against him forcefully, and he could also detect the ice-cold grasp of another holding him up. He was being held by more than one entity, and it felt comforting in the moment to know he wasn't physically alone. The very first thought that emerged from the dark fog was the notion that he was perhaps dead. He wondered briefly if he had died and was now being greeted in some sort of heaven. But, as his vision came to and he made out the blurry silhouettes before him, he started coming to the slow realization that he was alive. He was alive. He was still alive. The very moment that realization hit him, Choromatsu snapped to attention. He was dizzy, drowsy even and sluggish. His movements were sloth-like and he was wholly uncoordinated, having to snatch anything and anyone in his tracks to stop himself from collapsing back to the ground below. Help, he began, repeating the words he had uttered so many times before falling unconscious. I need help. As Osomatsu and Choromatsu aided Choromatsu in sitting up, Ichimatsu looked into his eyes with a grave expression. It's okay, he assured quietly. It's okay, Choromatsu. You're okay. Choromatsu tried to keep his eyes open, but his eyelids were heavy and his head was pounding. He was gasping for air, breathing shallow but desperate. He was dazed and struggled processing what was happening in the moment, finding himself confused as he perceived the surrealism. Despite all the discomfort, however, he fought through it and squinted at the fellow Horovegan speaking to him. ICH. Ichimatsu sniffled again and hugged the hurt behaviorist, whispering into his neck. Everything is okay now, he told him. You're not going to die, I promise. As the three newly reunited friends shared their group embrace, Edler Rinsel pulled from his pocket a new device, one all present could recognize. This was the same device Atfa had used to remove Osomatsu and Choromatsu's wristbands, and Rinsel was now preparing to use it once more. He gently pushed the others back as he leaned in and attached the pincers of the device to Choromatsu's neckband. There was a brief surge of light before the bands disconnected from Choromatsu's limbs, zapping across his skin and merging into a pill-sized object held up by the device. The moment the bands were removed, Choromatsu transformed. Without thinking, he initiated the shifting process, and all were left to watch as his Horovegan skin fluttered away like butterflies emerging from a field. Beneath the wispy exterior, the alien had now become human. Still dizzy and quite staggered, Choromatsu tried to keep his eyes open as he examined himself. He stared down at his hands, taking in the sight before looking back up at the tearful group, vision unfocused. Then, he began to sob. Without any forewarning, he threw himself into Ichimatsu's arms and wailed, his whole body vibrating from the way he violently trembled. He was cold, he was injured and he was panicked, but he was being saved, and he was going to be okay. Ichi Hikmatsu. He sniffled and cried, words slurred and tone uneven. I done wanna die. I'm sorry. Ichimatsu felt as the poor individual's body quivered and jerked uncontrollably, all while he panted heavily for air. The thing was long deprived of oxygen, and he was clearly suffering. The animal doctor wrinkled his brow before glancing Rinsel's way. Is there first aid and oxygen treatment on your ship? He inquired. Yes, informed the other. There is. Ichimatsu turned back to his friend, who was clinging tightly to him. Choromatsu, we're going to take you back to the ship, okay? He pacified. Just hang in there for a little while longer while we transport you. With his face buried in Ichimatsu's chest, the behaviorist whimpered, "Done, leave me alone, please." We won't, assured the other. Osomatsu and Choromatsu are here too. They'll watch over you while we get you moved to the ship. Okay. Still whimpering and shaking like a newborn pup, the behaviorist nodded his head. Ichimatsu proceeded to pry the behaviorist off of him, allowing the humans to take it from there. As Osomatsu and Choromatsu held to Choromatsu with hands on his back in a comforting manner, Ichimatsu stepped back beside Rinsel. He nodded to the elder, and the elder nodded back. Then, Rinsel created out of thin air another transportation bubble, this one encapsulating Choromatsu, Osomatsu, and Choromatsu together. It was lifted a couple meters high and, just like that, they were ready to travel back to the ship. Now sitting comfortably within the confines of this bubble, Osomatsu and Choromatsu tended to the confused alien. As the bubble hovered above the surface of Antimerides and followed the two aliens back to the ship, the humans took special care to monitor the behaviorist. They tried talking with him, but he was still quite out of it and unable to properly respond. Eventually, the poor thing couldn't keep his eyes open any longer. He collapsed into Osomatsu's arms before nodding off, falling back into the dark world of unconsciousness. Chapter 47, He welcomes him home. GNN. The trip from slumber to wakefulness was slow and gradual, painful in its process and certainly uncomfortable. The sleeping entity wasn't yet conscious, though he could already feel the malfunctioning cells zapping signals throughout his physical vessel. Not too dissimilar to being half awake while under the weather, the manner in which he awoke was wholly unpleasant. The very first phenomenon he experienced, long before he could comprehend his hearing or sight, was the vicious pounding of his head. It ached, pulsating between sharp and dull with every tick of his heart. The migraine caused all sensations to feign overstimulation, from the smallest of sounds to the slightest of colors in his sight. He hadn't even opened his eyes yet and he could foresee the most insignificant stimuli causing him physical discomfort. What a way to wake up, he thought. NNG. The alien could detect that he was breathing. He was inhaling and exhaling in a slow rhythm, proving to him that he was certainly still alive despite the prior ordeal. It felt relieving to breathe in such rich oxygen, but with every new breath came another pain. When he breathed in, his lungs hurt. When he breathed out, his head hurt. When he laid inert, not breathing in or out, his chest hurt. He just hurt, and it didn't feel like a pain that would go away anytime soon. Ha! After a couple minutes of simple respiration, the behaviorist finally allowed his eyelids to open. They were heavy, but they weren't the only part of him that felt heavy. His whole body felt heavy, lethargic even and weak. He was certainly fatigued, not refreshed in the slightest after his small nap. There was also a kind of pressure blanketing his front. What was it? He tried to glance down with as little movement as possible, but something big was blocking his sight. It was a bulky device secured snugly over his face, grasping his jaw in a locked embrace. This device, he inferred, was some sort of oxygen mask. He had never been on oxygen before, so it was a new experience for him. He did a deep breath, filling his lungs with the oxygen-rich air before exhaling slowly. Wherever he was being treated medically, at least. Choromatsu sluggishly slipped one of his heavy arms up to his chest, where he felt something soft laying over his torso. He palmed it for a few moments, feeling how long and thin and warm it was. Eventually, he realized it was a heated blanket. He was laying on a bed on a ship somewhere, supplied with oxygen and kept warm by a blanket. This explained the pressure he was feeling over his body, though he still felt heavy. His muscles were weak and required much energy to move, much energy that he didn't have. Instead of trying to get up, he allowed his eyes to shut once more as he contemplated his circumstances. So, it hadn't been some sort of death-induced hallucinatory dream, he thought. He had really been rescued. After having been banished from society and left alone on the brink of death, he had been dug up and freed from his coffin. Someone had traveled to Antimerides to save him, though he couldn't remember who. His last memories were a bit of a blur, in all honesty. But all that mattered was that he was alive. He was breathing, and he was living. And every second of that was a blessing. He couldn't remember much about what had happened after he had been buried. All he could recall was the fear he had felt, along with the notion that he was meant to die. Then, somewhere in the fog of his memories, he opened his eyes to see a face. Someone had held him up in their arms, calling his name and pulling him from the darkness. And that person was Ichimatsu. Choromatsu's eyes popped open the second he recalled seeing the face of his long-lost friend. Without hesitation, he forced his limp body to sit itself up. His muscles resisted slightly, but his willpower was strong. He panted, seeing sparks of darkness in his vision from having sat up too quickly in his state. His head rolled dizzily and his eyes wouldn't stop rolling back as if he were about to collapse, but he fought through the discomfort and swung his legs off the side of the bed. Looking around the area, he could see he was alone. The room he was in wasn't exactly a traditional infirmary by any means, but perhaps a small guest room of sorts. It was humble and cozy, though a bit lacking in decor. On the nightstand to his left, there was a glass of water waiting for him upon waking up. He looked tiredly at it for a moment, eyes exhausted, before shakily reaching out and clasping his fingers around the glass. He lifted it with physical unease, managing to bring it to his lips so he could take a sip. The water, it was refreshing. He was just now realizing how thirsty he had become. He never got a last meal or any kind of special treatment before being buried alive, so of course, his body was famished. After taking a few greedy gulps, he set the glass back down and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. I need to find Ichimatsu, he thought to himself. But, can I even stand? I feel ill. I don't think it's safe for me to go walking around just yet. Thinking a little further, Choromatsu decided to take a listen to his surroundings before attempting to get up. He strained his ears to try and pick up on anyone nearby. The door to the room had been left open after all, so there was a chance he could hear something from afar. After taking a few moments to focus on his hearing, he determined there were definitely people nearby. But something about their speech seemed musical, in a sense. Like a bird singing or an ape chittering. These guys, were they actually? Choromatsu hesitated. Then, with a definitive hum to himself, he began to shapeshift. His skin fluttered away and, within moments, he had transformed into his human form. His exhausted appearance translated well over to his human disguise, showcasing dark bags beneath his swollen eyes and ghostly pale cheeks. Whoever had rescued him, he figured, were either human beings or horovagans deliberately opting to remain in human form. Either way, it was best to match them so he could more effectively communicate. After all, he had questions. He had a lot of them. Now in a form that was only half his natural size, Choromatsu looked down as his legs dangled above the floor. He was rather high up and was uncertain about jumping down. But he had to know what was going on. After all, it was truly a wonder how he wasn't dead. It was truly a wonder how anyone had managed to rescue him in time. It was truly a wonder. Choromatsu stayed put for a few long moments, breathing in and out and relishing in the oxygen-rich air that was being pumped through the oxygen mask. Then, finally, he nodded to himself. He was going to do it. Moments before Choromatsu's plan to jump down from the bed, a lone Ichimatsu casually strolled through the hall and past the bedroom. He glanced over as he walked, having to do a double take before screeching to a stop the moment he realized what he was looking at. Choromatsu. Ichimatsu called out, snatching the alien's attention and stopping him from hopping down in his fatigued state. Choromatsu gave a shaky inhale, raising his shoulders subtly as he made eye contact with his closest friend. Tears welled up and trickled down his cheeks before he could even reply. Ichimatsu. Guys, he's awake. The animal doctor called to others down the hall before booking it into the bedroom, jumping into Choromatsu's arms and giving him a tight hug. Upon hearing the news, 2 other pairs of feet stomped around the corridor and turned the corner. Choromatsu. Choromatsu cried out eagerly, swinging into the room and stopping before the bed. Choromakan. Osomatsu too shouted as he entered behind the other. Choromatsu looked at his 3 friends, baffled but overwhelmingly relieved. He couldn't have been happier seeing their faces, and it was an absolutely impactful moment that words couldn't quite depict. He was more than just stoked, and the raw pleasure coursing through him left him in debilitating awe. More tears fell from his cheeks as he called back to them. Matsu. He sniffled and hiccuped. Choromatsu. As Ichimatsu pulled back from his hug to look happily at the other, Osomatsu and Choromatsu crowded around with smiling faces. The 4 friends, they had finally been reunited. They were together, and they were safe. Choromatsu, we're so happy you're okay. Choromatsu breathed as he leaned in close to the alien. We've been worried sick. Choromatsu couldn't reply at first, too elated to speak. You really scared us, you know? Osomatsu added on. Don't almost die next time, you idiot. Choromatsu inhaled, his lungs quivering as they sucked in air provided by the oxygen mask strapped over his face. He looked over the 3 individuals carefully, analyzing them and their physical states. As he did so, his shoulders sank. You too, he started before going quiet. Lifting his hand, Choromatsu reached forward with a devastated expression. The others blinked in surprise, watching as he slipped his hand around Osomatsu's bare shoulder and gently touched the mark that had so long ago been embedded into his skin. Of course, Choromatsu hadn't been present when the humans were branded. This was his first time witnessing the alteration to their bodies. He stared at them for a long time, empathizing and envisioning the mental anguish they had experienced in receiving these. Moving on from the glowing tattoos on their bodies, Choromatsu's fingertips next graced Choromatsu's face with a gentle touch. His hand hovered carefully over the deep bruise over Choromatsu's eye, causing the man to wince slightly from the pain. The alien curled his fingers down the other's cheek before his eyes fell to the man's bandaged arm. Blood had seeped through and dried, creating a dark, rustic hue of brown. These humans had been through a lot since his disappearance, he could tell. What horrors have you 2 been through since I left? He finally questioned. You poor things. Osomatsu and Choromatsu looked to one another with frowns plastered on their faces. They hesitated before Choromatsu glanced back at the fatigued alien. It's been rough, he remarked with lips pursed. It's all my fault, isn't it? Choromatsu's gaze fell to his palms as they trembled, anxiety overtaking him. Everything is my fault. I thought I would never get the chance to tell you 2 how sorry I am. The eldest of the 2 humans folded his arms and averted his eyes. Well, don't be too hard on yourself, he replied. It's not like you meant for any of this to happen. Look, all is forgiven, all right? Choromatsu told him. I mean, you've suffered quite a bit yourself, you've been to hell and back. Choromatsu reached up and clasped his fingers around their opposing forearms, squeezing himself into a tight hug. It was so dark, he breathed, shaking his head. I was all alone, and I ran out of air so fast, I couldn't breathe. It's okay, comforted the other as he placed a hand on his shoulder. You'll never have to worry about your leaders harming you ever again. Still holding himself, Choromatsu glanced up, perplexed. What do you mean by that? He questioned. I have so many questions, I'm really lost here. Osomatsu stood and skipped back a few steps, hopping upon a tall sofa positioned on the other side of the compact room. He bounced to a sitting position and grinned, looking at Choromatsu with a knowing look. It's simple, really. He began, elated. We're all escaping to Earth together. Choromatsu blinked and shook his head slightly in surprise. What? Yep, that's right. Osomatsu grinned. Tell him, Ichi. The weak alien glanced his best friend's way with a surprised expression. Ichimatsu, in return, blinked and stammered, flustered from being put on the spot. It's, well, Yeah. Just that. All four of us, escaping to your home planet. Choromatsu couldn't believe what he was hearing. Yes. Beamed Osomatsu, rubbing his nose. Isn't it great? What are you, crazy? Exclaimed the flabbergasted Horovegan. I can't just up and run away to Earth. What about all my colleagues? My livelihood, my belongings, my leaders. I. The energy dampened as Choromatsu wilted, thinking things over. Everyone watched with a somber look. He swallowed, devastated. I guess I don't really have any of those things anymore, huh? As Choromatsu too plopped onto the couch, he spoke out gently. Choromatsu, your leaders sentenced you to death, he reasoned. I don't think there's anything left for you in this society. He then tried to smile and added, what do you have to lose? I can't, Choromatsu whimpered out. I'd be leaving behind everything I know, everything I've grown to love. My culture, my identity, my personhood, I'd have to abandon all of that. Not necessarily, Choromatsu tried to encourage. Choromatsu shot him a grave look. I'd have to live as a human, he elaborated. I'd have to remain in disguise for, well, the rest of my life. Looking down solemnly, he went on. Spending the rest of my days pretending to be something I'm not, just so I can survive. Off my head. Choromatsu sympathized, lowering his head in melancholy. Meanwhile, Osomatsu simply shrugged. Beggars can't be choosers, the eldest huffed. Besides, beats being dead, right? Osomatsu received a harsh nudge from the second eldest upon saying this. Ouch. Hey. He growled. There was a moment of silence as all pondered the situation. Ichimatsu have a slow exhale as he stared off in the distance, finally breaking the silence with words of comfort. I get it, he told Choromatsu. It's not ideal, to have to go into hiding. But, if it's for the sake of our safety, we don't have much of a choice. What about you though? The other asked, looking softly to his friend. Are you really okay with this? Well, to be honest, my mind is still a little hazy from the procedure, he admitted meekly, rubbing the back of his neck. I don't know what's best for us, either. I'm still trying to process everything. But I think I am okay with this, yeah. It's an opportunity to start over, to start a new life and do whatever we want, not just what our leaders want. Whoa, hang on a second, procedure. Choromatsu winced, looking uneasily at his friend in alarm. Don't tell me. It wasn't a lobotomy, Osomatsu chimed in. Just a memory wipe. A memory. The fragile alien shot Ichimatsu a look of horror. Ichimatsu, what did they do to you? Ichimatsu didn't return the other's gaze, instead opting to stare ahead at nothing. They attempted a memory manipulation so that I'd forget you and the humans ever existed. But the procedure was stopped before it could finish. Although things are still a little foggy, I do remember you. At least, a little. Oh. Choromatsu slowly looked back down with a troubled expression. Oh, I see. There was another period of silence, the only sound being air pumping through Choromatsu's mask. He simply breathed for a moment before finally looking up with a concerned glare. So, where are we? He asked the group. Osomatsu's face brightened. We're on a ship headed to Earth. Choromatsu smiled at Osomatsu and exclaimed, I can't believe it's finally happening. You and I are finally going home. Yes. Osomatsu hissed in joy, eagerly stomping his feet and shaking his fists. But, whose ship are we on? Pressed the alien. I can't imagine you two pulled this off on your own. Well, it started after you were sentenced, Osomatsu began to tell, using hand gestures to emphasize. Choromatsu and I were put on this ship. What was it, the Grand Meeting Cruiser? Yeah, and apparently, everyone who ever so much as touched us were also put on the ship, and… Ah, the Grand Meeting Cruiser? Choromatsu interrupted. You don't mean the one that belongs to our leaders, do you? Yeah, that's the one. And all of my colleagues were put on the ship as well, huh? The ex-behaviorist brought a finger and a thumb to his chin. I suppose our leaders wanted to reinforce their stance on you humans. Talk about mass manipulation. Yeah, it was a full house, Choromatsu noted. Even Ichimatsu was there for the memory wipe. Wrinkling his nose, Choromatsu then asked, so, how did you two escape? How were you able to stop Ichimatsu's procedure and travel all the way to our cemetery planet to rescue me? Osomatsu lifted his index finger, speaking proud. Well, that was thanks to the organization, he claimed, leaning in eagerly. Did you know that there's a whole organization in your society dedicated to giving your leaders the middle finger? Choromatsu blinked. The middle finger? You know, the middle finger. Emphasized the other. A big old fuck you. To your leaders and their tyrannical dictatorship. The syndicate is your society's only opposing force actively fighting against your people's controlled way of life, Choromatsu explained. They want freedom for everyone, and that includes animals like us. Choromatsu listened to these words before giving a slow, calm sigh of acceptance. Ah, the organization. He breathed. Osomatsu cocked his head. Huh. Wait, you know about it? He interrogated. Only vaguely, said the other, bringing his knees to his chest as he averted his gaze with a soft smile. I didn't know what they stood for, I just knew that they were around. Why didn't you ever mention it? I feel like a super-secret political organization would have been an interesting topic to bring up. Well, after the incident with the Kalalana, I started receiving messages from them, explained the younger of the two. Notes, indicating they were keeping an eye on me. At first, I thought they were from the corrections agency. I thought I was being threatened. Who would have guessed these guys would swoop in to save me last second? Looking back up at the humans, he added, by any chance, is there someone you've met that goes by the name Tholeaf? Oh. Choromatsu beamed. The nurse, right? Yeah. Choromatsu smiled. They mentioned having met you after your termination as a behaviorist. Choromatsu threw back his fist, pointing to the entrance of the room with his thumb. They're out in the lobby with the others whenever you're ready to meet everyone. Choromatsu shook his head hopelessly and sighed. Ah, Tholeaf. They're certainly a character. I'm glad they sought me out, but… The alien's expression turned bittersweet. I really don't feel like I deserve all this. Choromatsu brushed his fingertips across the oxygen mask, then dropped his hand down to the heated blanket limply. It's just surreal to me. To be sitting here with a blanket, to be hooked up on oxygen, and to have you three here with me, actually willing to forgive me despite everything. It's too nice for someone like me. Osomatsu rolled his eyes at the other's words. Come on, don't talk like that, Choromatsu, he pouted. We all make mistakes. Besides, you were doing the best you could with what you were given. What's with this sudden self-loathing, anyway? Choromatsu smiled. There's no reason to hate yourself. When you mess up, you learn and grow from it. It's okay to feel a little sad, but you can't camp out in those depressing feelings, you know? I appreciate the kind words, Choromatsu said quietly. I just have a lot of processing to do, I think. He glanced back up and continued with, so, the organization. We first met them through a little guy named Atfa, Choromatsu revealed. Atfa is one of the children who found me when I was freed on Atra. You remember, right? Millimeter, Yeah, I recall, nodded the other. So then, you really were set loose by someone involved in the organization, huh? The blue Matsu lifted his hand and wriggled his 5 fingers. The alien with the pink light, by the way, he began. His name is Choromatsu. Do you know him? Choromatsu, Choromatsu wrinkled his brow and thought hard. No, the name doesn't ring a bell. Choromatsu, Jushimatsu, Tholeaf, Rinsel, Vark, Osomatsu listed. They're just a small handful of people who are part of the organization. Their numbers span across the galaxies. Atfa was on the Grand Meeting Cruiser today, along with the rest of your colleagues, Choromatsu told him. He snuck into a vent and broke into our room to help us escape. He handed off a sedative to use on the pilot, and also conveyed how to hack into the cruiser's control interface. Man, you should have seen Choromatsu when we confronted that pilot. The first human made dramatized movements, throwing his fists through the air as he mimicked sound effects. Whoosh. Bam. Boom. He beat the ever-loving shit out of that guy. Choromatsu raised a skeptical brow, triggering Osomatsu to let out a hearty laugh. Ha. Nah, but he got a few trophies to show for it, he said as he gestured to Choromatsu's blackened shiner. I feel terrible you two got so scuffed up, Choromatsu sighed. You poor things. It's all right, Choromatsu waved dismissively. It only hurts when you touch it. Besides, Elder Rinsel got me some medicine to put on this bite wound before rewrapping it, so it's not like anything will get infected. Elder Rinsel, huh? The other breathed in, then out. I should probably head out there to meet everyone. I still have a lot of questions. Ichimatsu stood from his kneeling position and looked to Choromatsu with a raised brow. Can you stand? Admittedly, I'm still a little woozy, the older of the two replied. I can help you up, the other offered. Just keep that oxygen mask on for at least a little longer, and you should be fine. Speaking of that oxygen mask, Osomatsu sent the 2 aliens a smile of confusion. Where's the oxygen tank? Doesn't it need to be hooked up to something in order for it to work? Nah, you're thinking of ancient times, Choromatsu couldn't help but to chuckle. These ones work by converting mass amounts of carbon dioxide into rich oxygen. It's a reaction triggered by chemicals lining the outer rim of the mask, to put it simply. Choromatsu gave a big, humph, as he hopped off the sofa and stood. Well, he began. Why don't we head into the lobby, then? Everyone is eager to finally meet you. Again, Choromatsu gave a breathy laugh. I'm honored, he said. Ichimatsu? Ichimatsu took the verbal cue and reached forward, slinging his arm around Choromatsu's waist as he helped him to his feet. Choromatsu stood uneasily, his balance a little off as he relied on his friend to stand. Once he was up, Osomatsu too stood and the 4 began making their way out of the room. As they exited the cozy guest room, Choromatsu examined the hallway they walked into. He analyzed all the insignificant details, trying to paint a mental picture of the type of people he was about to meet. The layout of the ship was quite standard, perhaps a model 45X33T, he figured. It did have a sort of homey touch to it though, and it worked well to make him feel at ease. Within moments, the group emerged from the hall and entered the lobby. Everyone say hi to Choromakan, Osomatsu announced, snatching the attention of everyone present. Choromatsu formed a flustered look as the eyes of 8 individuals locked gazes with his own. He gave a hard swallow, unsure what to expect. The last thing he expected, however, was to be hugged and greeted with such glee. Ah, Choromatsu. Tholeaf was the first of the squad to jump into action, practically skipping over to the frail alien and grabbing both his hands with his own. Hello, he cooed in human tongue. You're the famous Choromatsu. Jushimatsu was the second to greet them, hopping over chairs and furniture as he raced over recklessly. He bounced into a big hug, squeezing Tholeaf, Ichimatsu, and Choromatsu into his embrace. You look about as young as me. Imagine that. Let go of me, Ichimatsu spat darkly, immediately irked by the others' touchy-feely behavior. Jushimatsu simply giggled as he released them, shoving Tholeaf out of the way so he could shake Choromatsu's hand up and down. When he did, his bioluminescence was activated, and there was a warm, golden glow. It's nice to meet you. He beamed. I'm Choromatsu. I like caffeine, and secret organizations, and helping others. I see. Choromatsu was a bit caught off guard by the other's eccentric attitude, but accepted it kindly. Sorry, he's new. A newcomer approached the group, this one being one Todomatsu. He grinned cutely at Choromatsu with both hands in his pockets. Like, brand new. Like, today new. And, so are you. It's my honor to formally welcome you, Choromatsu, into the collective unity of genetic defectives. Welcome. Sang Tholeaf with an ear-to-ear smile. Here, why don't you come have a seat? Todomatsu gestured, throwing his hand out to showcase the rest of the present members. We have a lot to talk about. Choromatsu swallowed, already feeling a bit overwhelmed by the generous kindness these strangers were putting out. He glanced Osomatsu and Choromatsu's way for reassurance, only to be returned with two happy grins and a nod. He then looked to Ichimatsu, who simply smiled back calmly. Seeing that his friends were all readily trusting these people, he too accepted their warmth and did a deep breath in. Then, upon exhaling, he nodded. All right, he conceded. With that, Ichimatsu walked Choromatsu through the lobby, where many were seated at a table. The four friends pulled out their chosen chairs and took seats beside one another. With Choromatsu having the chance to properly look everyone over, he examined each of their faces carefully. There was Elder Rinsel, Elder Vark, Admin Opfen and Noom, there was Tholeaf and Haukea, and finally, the two childhood friends Todomatsu and Jushimatsu. Once everyone was appropriately seated, their discussion began. It's nice to meet you all, Choromatsu started. I'm sorry if I seem a little, well, shaken up. I think this is all very overwhelming for me. Take your time, Tholeaf smiled patiently. How are you feeling, by the way? How am I feeling? The ex-behaviorist hummed thoughtfully, bringing a hand to his head as his gaze fell to his lap. I guess, my head hurts a lot. And my chest hurts. And I feel a little dizzy. But I'm alive, and that's all I could ever ask for. Here, I got you. The nurse reached into their pocket and withdrew a small bottle. They fought to work around its childproof lock before managing to open it, popping a pill out and handing it Choromatsu's way. Take some aspirin, they offered politely. It should help with the headache, at least. Thank you. Choromatsu graciously accepted the offer and promptly swallowed the pill. Yeah, I just hurt. And my head, I can't quite put it into words, but there's this zapping sensation I keep experiencing that's causing me to feel woozy. I shouldn't be complaining though, I'm just so relieved. So grateful to be alive still. I bet, Todomatsu sneered. That was a nasty trip to hell you took. Glad we were able to bring you back. Despite your defects, you're welcome here, ex-behaviorist Choromatsu grandly proclaimed the Elder Rinsel, palms out in a comfortable manner. You're safe here. No one will ever have the chance to harm you again. Choromatsu analyzed the figure speaking, looking him up and down curiously. You must be the leader of the group, he figured. RRR, tutted another, this one being Elder Vark. We prefer not to use that term. This is Elder Rinsel, and I'm Elder Vark. We've been keeping an eye on you for quite some time, Choromatsu. It's really an honor to finally be meeting you. Our two admins present today are Opfen and Noom, the first elder introduced, gesturing to them respectfully. And of course, you know Tholeaf. Perhaps you know Professor Haukea, as well. You do look a little familiar, Choromatsu remarked, eyeing the neurology professor. I might have seen you when I brought Choromatsu with me to Atra for the presentation. He looked down and added, I can't believe you were all in on this. We like to keep a low profile, if you know what I mean, commented Opfen with a slight grin. So, I have to ask, began the green-hearted alien, twiddling with his thumbs timidly. Why? Why? Tholeaf hummed curiously. You know, Choromatsu pressed. Why did your organization save me? What special interest do you people have in me? What gives? Not that I'm ungrateful in the slightest, but you have to understand my confusion. I mean, I thought I was going to die. I really, really thought I was going to die. Well, Choromatsu, our people, our humble little organization, we thrive off of charity towards those in need, explained Admin Noom. Those like us. Like you? You mean? That's right. She narrowed her eyes, sending him a deep look. Defective. Choromatsu squirmed uncomfortably in his seat. But, I don't actually think that I'm. The term defective is a cruel and misleading term, you know? Almost like a red herring. Haukea trilled his fingers upon the surface of the table as he said this. You are what you are deemed as by our leaders in this society, and in this case, you've been deemed irrefutably, irreparably defective. That's why you were sentenced to die, justified or not. Such a term is biased and functions as a tool to put down freethinkers, Elder Vark added. Once you start to question the policies of our government, they deem you unworthy and different, needing to be fixed. He leaned in and went on. We don't need fixing, it's our society that needs fixing. But, why me? Choromatsu emphasized, placing a hand on his chest. I don't understand. The Kalilana, Rinsel breathed. Even now, this name strikes fear in your heart. I can see it. Our predator, Ichimatsu mumbled, looking down at his lap meekly. I don't remember everything, but I think I can recall some of it. We were tricked, weren't we? Into believing that we were never actually attacked. That's right, nodded the other. It would have just been another tragedy had the humans not intervened. Osomatsu, Choromatsu, they saw significance and worth in the very entities who caused them so much harm, and ultimately risked their lives to save as many as they could. We could have lost so many innocent people. But, they practiced altruism. And you, Choromatsu, saw it, too. We watched from afar. We watched you very closely. You fought for the humans until the very end, and that is remarkable. Osomatsu gave a big stretch, grinning nonchalantly. Yeah, we're pretty awesome for that, he gloated smugly, basking in the attention. We've never before seen animals so sophisticated, so in tune with basic morals and principles, Rinsel continued. We had to dig deeper. And, thank goodness we did. It's been a risky few weeks, but things have paid off. And, most importantly, we're all alive and safe. That's all that matters for now. Yeah, I guess you're right, Choromatsu sighed, relieved. I can't believe you even found me. How did you do it? I thought for certain I was doomed. The elder hummed thoughtfully, visibly discouraged by this line of questioning. Choromatsu picked up on the dissatisfaction and was quick to step back. I'm sorry, he apologized, so used to finding fear from the disappointment of his superiors. I didn't mean to ask something inappropriate or step over a line or anything. No, Choromatsu, there's no need to apologize, Rinsel raised a hand, waving somberly. It's not you. It's, well. Choromatsu frowned, picking up on the information they were about to reveal. He reached over and took Choromatsu by the hand, looking him in the eyes solemnly as he took over. Choromatsu, he began. I think you should know that a few people lost their lives today. Some people, what? Choromatsu wrinkled his brow, growing apprehensive upon hearing this. Wait, no, who died? Who? I don't know how attached you were to him, but your immediate higher-up, the second eldest informed. He killed himself. In the room, with us. Osomatsu gave a disturbed sigh, keeping his gaze elsewhere. He was too deep in the cult, the man grimaced. He offed a few correctional officers before turning the gun on himself. I guess he just couldn't handle knowing his leaders didn't actually give two shits about him. Oh my god. Choromatsu brought himself close into a tight hug, shivering as goosebumps trickled down his arms. You don't mean the head of animal behavioral studies, do you? You don't actually mean him, do you? We tried to save him, but there was nothing we could do, Choromatsu lamented, his energy low. I'm sorry, Choromatsu. We really tried. For a moment, there were no words to say. Choromatsu allowed the information to sink in, processing the very real fact that his immediate superior no longer roamed in this realm of existence. He had actually died, and the thought left him staggering to keep up. I can't believe this, he uttered breathlessly. He actually killed himself. I'm sorry, Rinsel too apologized, allowing the other to experience his frail emotions. Upon witnessing it all go down, his closest acquaintance, the head animal doctor, he ordered the head correctional officer to inform us of your whereabouts. We followed the lead, and sure enough, you were buried on Antimerides, barely holding on. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have made it in time. Choromatsu brought a weary hand to his head. I feel faint. He slurred dizzily. Choromatsu tightened his grip on his friend's hand and tried to smile. The events weren't ideal, but I'm just so glad you're okay in the end. That's all that matters to me. Thank you, Choromatsu. Choromatsu couldn't bring himself to smile back, but relished in the warmth of the human holding him tight. He took a few long moments to breathe and simply process before looking up at the two elders with deep intrigue. Your organization, he began. I want to know more about it. Of course, Elder Rinsel nodded in understanding. You must be quite confused. Our organization was founded before you were born, and it stands for the rights and freedoms of all who are sentient beneath our leader's dictatorship. It's just like we've been telling you, Choromatsu, Osomatsu butted in. Your authoritarian or whatever society sucks, and these guys know it. They want to tear the government apart from within. We strive for freedom and happiness, and are opposed to the regime of control executed by our leaders, Rinsel went on. We care not for the us versus them mentality, we care not for fascism, and we yearn to reshape the doctrine of what it means to be Horovegan. Do you understand? The pursuit of knowledge has become corrupt in the hands of. The concept of a great truth is just a guise for control. It's an excuse to hurt those who are different from us, such as you humans. We know it, and we are here to fight it. Destroying our current society will promote chaos, in which the birth of a just revolution will take place, Rinsel told them. And to trigger such an eventful mark, we intend on executing a plan that will cause all in power to fall. But Choromatsu couldn't help but to look the elder in the eyes with an expression of hopelessness. It's as I've told Osomatsu and Choromatsu. How can such a thing be done? It's impossible, they have too much control over the average person. I mean, through our brain chips, they control everything we do and can see every decision we make. What can we do? We can target the brain chips, themselves, Choromatsu, Rinsel grinned slyly. But, how? Choromatsu, what if I were to tell you that here within the next hour, you and Ichimatsu will be absolutely freed from the control of your brain chips? Choromatsu nearly did a double take before jerking his attention over to Ichimatsu. Ichimatsu returned his surprised look with one of his own. Freed from our brain chips. Ichimatsu exclaimed, shocked by the mere notion. But, how? How can that be done? A simple hack, really. Looky here. Todomatsu lifted his index finger and tapped the side of his temple. Choromatsu and Ichimatsu watched in anticipation, waiting for his holographic interface to appear, though it never did. Todomatsu tapped again, and then a third time with a knowing look, demonstrating to the audience the lack of response from his chip. Something was seriously wrong with his chip, or perhaps, something had actually gone right. As of today, the pink-hearted alien went on. I'm no longer a slave to the cult. It's all about hacking the next big update, Noom hummed enigmatically. The big. Choromatsu was bewildered by all the information he was being given at this time. He looked seriously to Todomatsu and Noom and asked, are you referring to the generational upgrade package? What are you guys talking about? Choromatsu sheepishly raised his hand. I'm a little lost here. Osomatsu, Choromatsu, Choromatsu began. Every generation, the entirety of Horovagan society receives a significant, and I mean, significant, update to our brain chips. They're sent universe-wide and typically take a whole day to download. It's a big event, and there's one coming up very soon. Don't tell me. Ichimatsu too was quite swept away by what they were being told. You intend on hacking the upgrade file? That's... The third eldest winced. That's beyond grounds for capital punishment. It's unheard of. That's sick. Osomatsu beamed, eagerly invested in the organization's plan. You guys are actually going to hack into every single brain chip in existence, aren't you? We are, Tholif Kud Kuli. See, the virus is embedded in the big update, or it's going to be. Very soon, our leaders are going to be unknowingly injecting every one of the billions and billions of brain chips with our very special little coding. What is it going to do? Choromatsu was almost too afraid to ask. Nothing much, shrugged the other nonchalantly. Just play a little video for all of society to see before completely bricking every brain chip in existence. Bricking. Choromatsu's eyes were wide. Our lovely little virus is going to turn endless numbers of high-tech chips into very useless little paperweights. So you're telling us that Todomatsu's brain chip has already been hacked? Ichimatsu uttered. You can consider me patient zero in that regard, the young alien chuckled in response. Our first test run. According to my brain chip status and as far as our leaders are aware, I no longer exist. No one will ever be able to find you, Choromatsu breathed. You're actually free. Suddenly, he stood to his feet, woozy in doing so but too elated to care. You're free. He repeated, a spectacle of hope before his very eyes. And Ichimatsu and I can be, as well. Rinsel smiled warmly at the other. As I said, by the end of the hour, you two will be as free as your humans friends over there are. Of course, all this brings us to one final choice you have to make. And what would that be? Choromatsu asked with wide eyes, slinking back into his seat. The elder leaned in, looking over the alien with a deep yet gentle gaze. To escape to Earth, he began. Is that what you and Ichimatsu truly want? I'm sure Osomatsu and Choromatsu have hyped it up quite a bit, but I want to remind you that you do have a say in the matter as well. Choromatsu's gaze fell to his lap as he took in the other's words. Where else would we go? He asked. What else could we do? It would be risky, but if you were to remain in outer space with our organization, you could help fight the system and aid in our freeing of the masses, the elder told him. You'd have to remain in hiding for sure. The future of our people, it's all uncertain at this point. And I know you've already been through enough as it is. So with that, there's no obligation for you to stay. We just want what's best for you as you've already been of significant help to our syndicate. Wait, so... Choromatsu glanced Ichimatsu's way. We can really choose. We won't stop you if you decide to stay and go into hiding alongside Todomatsu, Tholif remarked. But, personally, I think it'd be best if you four just left space entirely. You'd be safe. You don't want to risk your lives any further, especially following this last ordeal you just went through, you know? Then again, the more we have in our group, the better fighting chance we'll have, Noom commented quietly, mostly to herself. It's a dangerous battle we're engaged in, Rinsel added, shooting Noom a look. But, we're not here to recruit for war. We're here to fight for the freedoms of others, and right now, our clients are these four. It's just something to think about as we approach the humans' home planet, said Elder Vark to Choromatsu and Ichimatsu. We'll be dropping them off soon, and it's up to you whether you decide to stay or go. As Rinsel said though, there's no obligation, it's about giving you a choice in the matter. It's about allowing you some level of control over your fate. I see. Choromatsu gave a slow exhale before eyeing Ichimatsu. And, what are your thoughts on this? Do you still want to go into hiding on Earth, even if we're being given the option to stay? Ichimatsu averted his gaze and scratched the back of his neck uncomfortably. I mean, he swallowed. Is it selfish of me to want to follow the humans? Not at all, Rinsel shook his head. You four have already done your part in helping us by your actions and existence alone. By the end of today, we'll have everything we need, from the neckbands of the humans to your brain chips, data that will ultimately help us prove to the masses the corrupt reign of terror over our lives, along with the significance of life in other species. We will show the universe the manipulation and brainwashing that has taken place, and we will free all. Speaking of the mass manipulation, Choromatsu raised his hand, opting to briefly switch subjects. How did you and the group's members break from the brainwashing in the first place? Just how recently did your organization form? And, on the same note, how many members span across the galaxies? I still want to know more about it all. HMPH. Don't you know? Opfen placed his head into the palm of his hand in a relaxed manner, eyeing Choromatsu knowingly. Elder Rinsel isn't just one of the top dogs, he's the founder. The group has been around ever since he was a fawn. A fawn, huh? Ichimatsu raised a brow. You were just a child when you started questioning, then. Rinsel's gaze softened to a melancholic one as he stared off into the distance. That's correct, he breathed. Did something happen to cause you to deviate from the hive? Choromatsu questioned. Yes, actually, said the elder, appearing more detached emotionally than he had been a minute prior. It happened when I was very young. It was another attack. The Kalalana, but this time, it took place on our home planet, Atra. An attack on Atra? Choromatsu frowned at this. I haven't heard of an attack taking place on Atra in, well, I can't even say. That's ancient history, isn't it? We have too many means of defense in place for that to happen. Yes, you'd think so, Rinsel sighed. I suppose something was off that day. Our defenses were lacking, or perhaps something attracted the Kalalana to us. Maybe someone uttered its name one too many times. Either way, I was one of the survivors of this incident, and let's just say it left a lasting impact on me as a horovegan. Is it okay to ask about it? The other dared to question. Rinsel took a deep breath in, then exhaled before looking seriously to the four listeners across the table. It was like any other day, he shrugged simply. An eloquent breeze, a fresh aroma of foliage in the air, a fervent shimmer of sunshine glimmering upon a nearby body of water. Millimeter, I remember it quite vividly, despite it happening so long ago. I felt so small when it descended upon the campus from above. Its silhouette blocked out the sun, sealing us in a blanket of darkness as panic ensued. No one had been told what to do when something like that happened. No one had been briefed, for the existence of the Kalalana was long recognized as taboo and unspeakable. No protocols existed for lower-class individuals such as myself. We weren't seen as important enough. The closer the creature got, the richer the taste of death became on my tongue. I remember falling to my knees as structures collapsed beneath its massive flesh, lowering itself upon our little city. The sound of towering walls being slowly crushed under its body was deafening, and so were the other children's screams. There was a sort of humming noise that encapsulated all who were present with these vision-disrupting sound waves, causing many to wilt and cower from the intense physical sensations. My head pulsated like it was on fire, and all around me I could see colors I had never before perceived. It was surreal, and my senses were overloaded with more information than I could process. I wasn't alone that day. There had been someone else with me when it attacked. A friend, someone I considered what you humans might call kin or a sister. I had known her since our birth. We'd grown up together. That fateful day, I watched as the Kalalana consumed her alive. I was just too little to save them. Amidst the chaos, I searched for help. Other young victims of the frightful experience were too distraught to listen. The adults were barely lucid, walking like zombies toward the Kalalana and toward their soon demise. I couldn't get anyone's attention, and I've never felt as powerless as I did back then. The rescue team was quick to arrive, but they too ignored my pleas. I was becoming agitated and got physical. I clung to the adults racing past and pried them violently from their directives. My tears weren't enough, and neither were my screams. It wasn't until I interrupted the head of the rescue team that I finally got a response. He turned to me, sickened by my disruptive behavior. I asked him for help. His response. Rinsel leaned in, eyes narrow. We're not here for you. Until those of higher status are safe, you will refrain from disrupting our priorities. Know your place. Choromatsu and Ichimatsu visibly shuddered, with the two humans beside them forming irate glares. Meanwhile, Rinsel let out a frustrated sigh, visibly distressed as he relayed the memory. He shut his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose as he continued. All I wanted was to save my friend, he said. That was all I wanted. But, because one Horovegan was considered more worthy than the rest, she, along with hundreds of others, were never recovered. My God. Ichimatsu breathed quietly. Fuck, I'm sorry that happened. Do you want to know the worst part? Rinsel broke from his solemn pose and looked up at the humans. I don't even remember her name. You don't? Osomatsu was taken aback by this, furrowing his brow as he questioned. Memory manipulation, sighed the elder. I was quite distraught after having survived the ordeal. I was so angry. I wanted justice. And, my superiors didn't like that. So they made you forget her name? Choromatsu wrinkled his nose. How cruel. I was supposed to forget a lot more than just her name, replied the other. Protocols were the same back then as they are now. No one was supposed to know about the incident, and those who knew were made to forget or otherwise tricked into believing a false narrative. I'm one of the only ones who still remembers what happened. How'd you pull that off? Asked Choromatsu. Funnily enough, Rinsel formed the faintest of smiles. It's because of Todomatsu's childhood mentor. She was an old Horovegan, middle-aged by the time the ordeal went down and elderly by the time Todomatsu was a fawn needing mentoring. She's long gone now, of course, but she was a key part in the making of our organization. Did she botch your memory manipulation? Inquired the second eldest human. No, she wasn't the one who performed it, the elder corrected. However. Rinsel paused, thinking carefully before continuing. We had built quite the rapport. I was fond of her, and I think she saw potential in me following the incident, he told them. Although my memory had been wiped and I had been heavily manipulated, I still knew something was off. I had scars from the incident that were never explained, along with this emptiness in my chest, a hole in my heart where memories of my friend once belonged. I was distressed, and she could see it. So, she gave me my memories back. At least, she gave what she could. It was certainly risky, he went on. She could have been made to disappear for it. But, perhaps it was her age that led her to do something so generous, or maybe she could be considered the first of our kind. I'll never understand it, and I no longer have the chance to ask. Men, you're really making me miss her, Todomatsu muttered, folding his arms and looking the other way. It's been ages since she was around. A crazy coincidence that this lady who helped Elder Rinsel was also your mentor, Osomatsu remarked, eyeing Todomatsu. Is it? The other's expression turned coy. Or is it more like she's the reason I'm here with you guys in the first place? If she was your mentor, then, Choromatsu looked the alien up and down. You must also be a neurosurgeon, right? I am, he confirmed. And an admin to boot. She really helped me open my eyes from an early age, and she definitely played a role in my joining of the organization. I mean, I'd like to think I would have joined one way or another, but certainly not as young as I did. Hell, I envy little Atfa just a bit. So, still trying to wrap his head around everything and fill in the blanks, Choromatsu glanced up thoughtfully. If the organization is as recent as a single generation, it's probably not that big. How many members are there, anyway? There are currently 4 elders including Rinsel and I, Elder Vark informed. They couldn't have been here in person for this mission, so they do send their condolences. They very much would have liked to meet you for and send you off. But alas, they had other obligations to tend to at this time. Choromatsu leaned in with a hand cupped over his mouth, speaking with a smirk. Those elders are of much higher status in our society, he conveyed to the unknowing. So, they're pretty busy. Elder Cilicia and Elder Lovety has been working alongside a couple other admins to develop the virus we plan on injecting into the update, continued Vark. There are 57 admins in our organization and 569 other members, making for a grand total of 640 members that span across the galaxy, that is, including you four. It sure sounds like a lot, Choromatsu commented. But compared to the population of your people. Rinsel nodded in agreement. We are still quite small in numbers, he said. It's difficult to recruit without getting caught, after all. So, why are you guys so focused on helping us if you're such a small organization, anyway? Osomatsu couldn't help but to question. Shouldn't you just be focusing on yourselves? Why risk everything to save some dumb old humans like us? Heh. What do you mean why? Chuckled Admin Opfen, leaning in. You're just like us. You may not have the same label, but you're oppressed under our people's rule just the same. It's just another aspect of enslavement of the masses. There has never been another species that could challenge the intellect of Horovegan kind, Noom told them. Not like you humans. We've never had the ammo to use to stand up for the treatment of animals until you two came around, especially after all your reckless rescue missions. But now, because of your actions, we are finally capable of more efficiently promoting the health and well-being of foreign creatures and individuals. Can you imagine it? Choromatsu grinned at the two humans. Before bricking Choromatsu and Ichimatsu's brain chips, we'll copy over some of the recorded memories of you two being, well, competent. The ordeal with the Kalalana was impactful, and I think everyone needs to see what you humans are capable of. Not just impactful, the Professor Haukea corrected. But, game-changing. Oh, if everyone in the universe could just see the sorts of things that are being swept under the rug by our government, we might just be able to succeed in opening everyone's eyes, even just a little. Are some of those recorded memories going to be played in the video paired with the virus? Asked Choromatsu. Oh certainly, Vark nodded. We're going to make sure the masses see everything. Every secret, every lie spat, every wrongdoing done by our leaders. Our hope is to make such an impact that there will only be so many still clinging to the current ways. People have to know, Choromatsu emphasized. They have to know about all the victims of the Kalalana. They have to know about what happens to people, such as Choromatsu and even Ichimatsu, who step out of line. They have to know that you humans not only have morals and can effectively communicate and speak up for yourselves, but that you were right about everything. We'll shout from the tallest towers with power and pride, the truth that needs to be heard across this existence. The moment this generation's upgrade begins, the current Horovegan Empire will fall. And we'll be here to gather the lost. We'll be here to gather the lost, Rinsel repeated in approval. Osomatsu and Choromatsu glanced to one another, enthusiastic smiles plastered on their faces. Then, they looked over at their two alien friends. Ichimatsu and Choromatsu, there was still a subtle hint of fear present in their eyes, but overall their expressions were inspired and awed. They looked invigorated by the words of their fellow defectives and glowed with energy radiating off their bodies. Despite being afraid of the unknown, of the uncertainty in the near future, they found comfort in the confidence of each member present and looked content with the answers they had been given during this session of questioning. Finally, Choromatsu nodded to himself. I think that this all sounds wonderful, he said, eyeing Elder Rinsel. Thank you for answering all the questions we had. I think it's time for us now to move forward with our escape. Pausing briefly, the ex-behaviorist leered the way of his three close friends. That is, assuming you guys are ready to start our new lives on Earth. Osomatsu and Choromatsu brightened, both jumping to their feet in a burst of excitement and snatching Choromatsu and Ichimatsu into their arms. They embraced their friends, laughing and poking one another and ruffling each other's hair playfully. Meanwhile, the two aliens sanguinely accepted the physical affection and giggled along with them. I can't believe this is finally it. Osomatsu exclaimed eagerly, pressing his forehead against Choromatsu's in a little, affectionate headbutt. I can't believe it. I really, really can't. I'm going to see my dad again. Choromatsu cried out, swinging Ichimatsu from his chair and twirling in a hug. God, he'll be so relieved. Home sweet home, here we come. Ichimatsu and Choromatsu smiled at each other as the humans bounced around them in glee. For them, it was finally time to accept their chosen fate. They were going to live out the rest of their days on a strange, foreign planet. It wasn't going to be easy, but they weren't going to be alone. It was going to be okay. It was all really going to be okay. Seeing as the four were done with their interrogations, Elder Rinsel finally stood from his seat as well. With a warm smile on his face, he relished in watching the humans dance about for a moment before speaking out. We're going to be arriving upon Earth very soon, he proclaimed. Until then, there's only one more thing to do. Choromatsu glanced up with a raised brow. Our brain chips? He inquired. Yes, Rinsel nodded. Why don't you four follow me into the next room over so we can get to work manually installing the virus? The green-hearted alien felt as his hand was taken by his closest friend. He glanced Ichimatsu's way with a smile. All right. So, with that, the group dispersed. Choromatsu and Ichimatsu followed Rinsel and Vark out of the ship's lobby, with their supportive team waving them on eagerly. The humans went to follow, but were halted by many hands grabbing at them at once. Tholeaf, Todomatsu, Jushimatsu, even Neume, Haukea, and Opfen, they wanted to know things. They wished to hear all about the humans, all about their lives and their culture and how their abductions changed everything for them. They wanted to hear all about the technological advances their people had made, all the art and the media and the outstanding creativity blooming from within. They were keen to learn, bright and curious creatures with insurmountable respect toward their human kin. And, this was how it should have been, Choromatsu couldn't help but to think. This was how mankind's first encounter with Horovagans should have gone. No experimentation, no awful tests, no degrading or cruel treatment, simply anticipation and gleeful chatter. Simply genuine curiosity, altruism and intrigue. The two friends accepted the attention being given and allowed Choromatsu and Ichimatsu to leave the room without them, opting to stay and converse with their new Horovagan friends for the final time before becoming refugees for the rest of their days. The ex-doctor and ex-behaviorist, they meekly followed the elders to the other room. Within this space were computers housing all sorts of complex files and coding designed impeccably so by aforementioned members of the organization. Within this sea of bytes was the very code that was about to render their brain chips unusable. Ichimatsu was ready, and he was the first to take a seat, promptly followed by a timid Choromatsu. This was for the best, the young ex-behaviorist repeated to himself. This was for the best. The first order of business was downloading the aliens' memories for use against their leaders. As Vark worked with Ichimatsu, Rinsel approached their other client, Choromatsu. As Choromatsu sat in his chair beside his childhood friend, he looked the elder in the eyes. In this simple glance, he found himself inadvertently sending the other a brief peek into his fears and concerns through a mere second of eye contact. Rinsel smiled and was quick to lean in, sending whispers of reassurance and inspiration to the younger Horovagan before proceeding. Then, he got to work. Vark and Rinsel performed seamlessly together, their smooth motions in sync and remarkably efficient. The sensors were the first device to be brought out, these sensors being familiar to Choromatsu alone. Their purpose was to extract and download information from a Horovagan's brain chip and, in this case, copy over a lifetime of memories. Making sure their clients were comfortable beforehand, the sensors were set to hover over the position of each of their brain chips on the right side of their skulls. The sensors were activated, and the memory download began. As Choromatsu's memories began to flow from his brain chip to the drive, he allowed his eyes to shut. In this moment, he took the time to relish his lifetime up until that point, a lifetime of studies that had been rendered worthless in the wake of things. Yes, a lifetime of indoctrination, a lifetime of intensive research and training, and a lifetime of fearmongering disguised as a form of inspiration. He could see it all now. His birth, his first waking moments as a fawn, those were the first of his memories to be reached. Such an innocent time indeed, an infant coddled with superficial love that blossomed into detachment and absence in his upbringing. He started out so small, so tiny and helpless. It wasn't his choice to be raised the way he was, that was just how things happened. He had no say in the matter, his brain was molded and reshaped to fit his people's terrible narrative. And for that, he suffered great, hidden anxieties as his body and mind developed into the person he was today. His years studying on Atra weren't much better, in fact, they could be described as even worse in some regard. No longer was he babied and smothered with affection from his caretakers, but instead was pushed beyond what the average person could mentally handle. He was pressured into becoming a prodigy, skilled in the art of perfection from a very young age. His soon-to-be livelihood was something that was picked for him, allegedly based on the way his brain was wired and functioned from birth. There had never been any reason to explore what else he might have wanted to do with his life, for his purpose in Horovagan society had long been decided. He pondered, what did he really, truly want from this life? And, because of his circumstances, would he ever have the chance to pursue it? He wasn't sure. The Horovagan could envision his upbringing quite clearly, in that the memories played like a montage in his head. Due to the pressure of excelling in his studies, he found himself socially withdrawn and a tad bit stunted, resulting in his only real companion being an also lonesome Ichimatsu. Although they hadn't always played together as toddlers, they were keenly aware of each other's presence and something drew them together as they grew into fawnhood. By the time they were beyond nursery age, they were practically inseparable. Choromatsu's generation had been just as strict as the one before, and in his childhood, he found there was little work-life balance to be had. His sole mission in life was to participate in his people's findings towards the great truth, and this meant there was little time for personal goals or activities. His few hobbies and interests always related back to his primary field of study, and although there was some flexibility to his exact day-to-day doings, his routine overall was quite rigid. Mornings were always the same, as were evenings. Curfews and bedtimes were strict on Atra, and all fawns were expected to be asleep and awake at certain times of the day. The only real free time Choromatsu could recall were periods of recreation and exploration, limited to the campus he was raised on. And, even then, these periods were either transition periods or a lightly monitored class itself. Video games, television, shopping. These were all activities for adults, not for fawns actively studying for their futures. Even when Choromatsu graduated, he found his free time was incredibly limited. He was high-functioning, but did occasionally succumb to the stresses of day-to-day life and, as the humans would put it, hit the bottle. After all, a lot of pressure was put on the average worker in his society, and perfection had to always be strived for with no exceptions. There were no exceptions because all his people were presumed to be functionally the same. It was true he didn't share a lick of DNA with anyone in the universe, but the blueprints used to create his body and brain were the same as everyone else. Not to mention, those who differed too much or showcased too many problematic behaviors were swiftly put to death early on. It was truly a game of survival of the fittest, though the fittest wasn't deemed by nature this time around. And because of that, it was unfair. Upon graduating from ATRA, Choromatsu worked outstandingly with his first few clients as a lead in animal behavioral studies. He was monitored closely by his immediate higher-up, who was both a boss and a mentor to him. Over time, the expectations of Choromatsu grew and he found himself dealing with more and more complex creatures. That said, it was still quite a jump going from what was practically a rodent to what they now knew were human beings. Yes, Choromatsu could never have been prepared for the roller coaster these two animals had sent him on. Things had been rocky from the get-go. The humans, or, at least, Osomatsu at the start, he was stubborn and pouty, fighting Choromatsu's people and work every step of the way. At first, behaviorist had chalked it up to Osomatsu simply being a feisty specimen. And, to be fair, he was just a bit. Osomatsu found displeasure in everything, from the baby talk Choromatsu practiced to the reward system set in place. The human did not want to be there, and he made it very clear from the start. The never-ending conflicts between the behaviorist and his client were also, as Choromatsu came to learn, teaching moments for them. With every passing interaction came the smallest of curiosities, whether it be intrigue in the human's thought processes or even his mere words spat the behaviorist's way. Whenever Choromatsu dug for meaning behind these unwanted behaviors, he was always pleasantly surprised to find that, more times than not, there was more than just a surface-level answer. There was philosophy and altruism, morals and humiliation, sophistication and genuine desire and longing that was at play. And, it was these things that really opened Choromatsu's eyes. Choromatsu's questioning of his people's protocols and procedures only increased as his second specimen came under his care, this being Choromatsu, of course. This man was a gem, a truly gentle spirit that could never so much as kill a spider. His kindness and philanthropy enacted before Choromatsu's eyes was a significant wake-up call, and in a way, he couldn't thank Choromatsu enough for it. The attack of the Kalalana had been Choromatsu's very first run-in with sincere spirituality. He had been high as a kite, sure, but he never did shake off the experience of near-death looming over him in his helpless and vulnerable state. He deeply acknowledged that, had it not been for the humans, he would have died off ages ago, and this acknowledgement was the seed for genuine gratitude and respect towards those he had previously shrugged off as nothing more than non-sentient organisms. He could still see it in his mind so vividly, that moment outside the research facility. He and Osomatsu, their bodies hovering and swaying in the anti-gravity of space, were both unconscious for most of it. But, he could recall waking up at one point. He remembered being largely out of it, of course, but there was a moment of awareness that stuck with him even now. In that moment, when he groggily looked upon his human friend, he thought the poor thing was dying. Actually, he certainly had been. That memory was a vivid one. When Osomatsu and Choromatsu's actions had been so blatantly hidden away from the eyes of the masses, Choromatsu thought things would never improve for him and his friends. They had been at a stalemate, and things were only going to get worse before they got better. The pressure of performing for his higher-up drove Choromatsu mad, and it eventually resulted in his termination from the very career he had spent a lifetime building. He briefly tasted the life of a failure, experiencing the average workday as a custodian on ATRA and reminiscing, wondering, how could things have been different? Who was to blame? And, would the humans ever be okay? It was a devastating time period for sure, but not as devastating as Choromatsu's soon investigation and sentencing. Those words haunted him forever, the final words spoken to him by his leaders, "Choromatsu, you have been sentenced to death." Even now they rang in his ears as a haunting reminder of how much he had messed up in the eyes of his people. There was simply no going back for the average executionee, and he was lucky to still be breathing in that very moment. Choromatsu took a deep breath in, filling his lungs to the brim with fresh air still being pumped his way by the oxygen mask strapped over his face. As he exhaled, he allowed his eyelids to softly open and perceived the memory downloads percentage in the top left corner of his vision. It was almost complete. Following this, his brain chip would be hacked into, and he would soon be as free as Osomatsu and Choromatsu. It was certainly an odd feeling, he considered. The feeling of existing without such a useful tool embedded into his brain, it did cause a bit of unease. The notion made him feel naked, raw, and vulnerable, like a lower organism that was truly free. He wondered, how would he function without it? It couldn't have even been comparable to a human's attachment to their mobile phone, for this was much more intimate. It was a part of him that was being removed, for better or for worse. It really was disheartening to think about, and of course, that wasn't the only disheartening event that would take place that day. Choromatsu had made his decision. He wanted to go into hiding alongside his human friends and live out his days on Earth. There were some aspects of this proposal to look forward to, but there was also a lot of uncertainty, a lot of unknown. The alien wasn't exactly a professional when it came to human behavior and how to fit in without appearing off somehow. He had to admit, despite everything he had been through with Osomatsu and Choromatsu, there was also the fear of living amongst a whole different species. Humans, they were fundamentally different from Horovagans. Well, perhaps they were more alike than they were different, but it was these few differences that worried Choromatsu. He wasn't sure how he and Ichimatsu were going to pull it off. On another note, Choromatsu still found himself deeply, spiritually disturbed from his sentencing. He could still recall what the correctional officer had told him about their precious great truth, and that was that it did not exist. He wondered, how much merit was there to those words? Could it be possible that there really was nothing beyond this physical realm of existence? Was there nothing after death? The memory download was at 95% now. Choromatsu eyed the progress bar before exhaling slowly. He then glanced up at Rinsel with a concerned expression. "I have a question," he began to ask. "Go ahead," gestured the elder amicably. "I apologize if this is a little out of the blue, but..." Choromatsu pulled his lips to the side in uncertainty. "What do you think happens after we die? What do you think the real great truth is?" He looked to his lap and added, "I'm just wondering because, after my trial, a group of officers told me there was nothing, and that the great truth is all a fraud. It kind of stuck with me, and I'm not really sure what to do about it, let alone what believe anymore." Elder Rinsel hummed, expression dropping ever so slightly as he listened to the other carefully. "Choromatsu, the thing about the concept of pursuing a great truth is that it has been weaponized by our people," he explained. "It works to motivate you to act accordingly and do as our leaders command. The notion itself is a fraud, that much is true. As for the real answer to what happens after we die, I don't think there is one. Not one that we as biological organisms can dig up, not one that we can comprehend, and certainly not in this lifetime. So then, what am I supposed to think?" The younger questioned further. "I've always believed that we would find something beyond amazing, something truly wonderful to look forward to after death. But now, what if there's nothing? What if there's no point or purpose, no rhyme or reason as to why we're here? What if everything we've done, everything I've been through, it's all just meaningless?" "Well, you have a few options," Rinsel told him. "You could believe in nothing at all, that life really is meaningless and there is no point. Alternatively, you could come to believe in a higher power and choose to utilize faith as your drive and motivation. Or, you could simply accept that we may just never know until the time comes." "What do you believe?" asked the meek Choromatsu. "I believe our lives are what we make of it," he replied. "Do I believe in any single deity? Not necessarily, though I do find myself engrossed by the idea that we ourselves are stronger than we think. We're not helpless beings, Choromatsu, we are powerful entities, especially when we come together. As far as the concept of death goes, at the end of the day, it's our responsibility to keep ourselves sane amidst the unknown. The easiest way to do this, I have found, is through acceptance. It's a hard truth, but every single thing that is born in this existence has to die. No matter what feats are accomplished by our people, each of our clocks eventually stops ticking. It happens to everyone, and I believe there's comfort in knowing that death isn't unique to any one individual. Rinsel looked softly to Choromatsu and added, seek out the things that make living worth it, whether it be your love for others, acts of charity, productivity, creativity, or simple pleasure. Once you find a reason to keep going, you'll find it easier to accept whatever fate has in store for us. So, you don't really have a perfect idea of what happens, either, Choromatsu noted, looking down. And, you're really okay with not knowing? The elder couldn't help but to give a faint chuckle. I have to be, he said. If I want to be happy in this life, I can't sit and ruminate on a future that is yet to be. After all, time is only a construct of the mind, the past is far behind us, and the future doesn't exist. I've had to learn to take things one day at a time, sometimes even a second at a time, for I can't afford to make this life a dreary one. Rinsel leaned in and looked Choromatsu in the eyes carefully. Don't waste your life prematurely lamenting it, he breathed. No one can really say what's in store for us, so all we can do is keep pushing forward. I understand that breaking from a lifetime of skewed beliefs is no easy task, it won't happen overnight. I'm sure you'll be quite philosophically distressed for some time. The only real advice I can give is for you to have an open mind and not take the present for granted. Does that help any? Choromatsu listened carefully to the other's words, nodding along as he took them to heart. Once Rinsel was finished, Choromatsu gave his response. I think so, he said. I think I'm just going to have to do a bit of soul-searching while living among the humans. Hell, maybe they have some philosophies that I'll find interest in. I think doing some research on Earth is a great idea, Rinsel smiled. And I'm sure Osomatsu and Choromatsu have many anecdotes of their own to share. You'll be okay. Choromatsu sent a small smile back, his eyes filled with appreciation for the other's reassuring words. It felt nice to hear them, he thought. He just needed a little pick-me-up was all. Within the minute, the lifetime of memories from Choromatsu and Ichimatsu's brain chips were successfully downloaded. The sensors were removed from their temples and the data was processed as it was uploaded to a computer NEET. With their complete memories having been saved, it was now time to upload the virus. So, how does this work exactly? Ichimatsu questioned, twiddling with his fingers as he averted his gaze. It's not going to hurt, is it? No, replied Elder Vark as he opened up a briefcase nearby. There may be some level of discomfort as the chip is directly tied to your brain, but there shouldn't be any actual pain. Vark withdrew from the case a small, portable screen with a stand, along with a new sensor, this one being significantly larger, yet also flatter than the first. It was held first to Ichimatsu's temple where, instead of hovering like a magnet, it stuck like tape. Ichimatsu grimaced as the cold, rubbery texture was pressed against his skin and made to stay. As this was done, Rinsel powered on the portable screen and positioned it on a counter beside him. Here, he typed away, readying the virus. We're going to proceed with the download, Rinsel declared. Ichimatsu, in a few moments you're going to receive a pop-up notification on your holographic interface. I want you to open it up and grant the program permission to access your data. All right. Ichimatsu nodded obediently. Just as claimed, there was a notification that caught Ichimatsu's attention. He went ahead and opened his interface, only to be greeted with a window asking for the permission. Ichimatsu cocked his head curiously before accepting. It won't be asking everyone this, will it? He questioned. Because I think it'd be a problem if most Horovegan folk denied access. No, it's impossible to deny permission for the generational upgrade to be executed on any single person's brain chip, Rinsel informed. It doesn't give them the option. But, since you're not receiving the generational upgrade, we have to do this manually. I see. So with that, Ichimatsu accepted the third-party download. The moment he tapped the agree button, something shifted in his visuals. He blinked as a strange sense of malaise washed over his head, triggering a mild feeling of nausea alongside symptoms of dizziness and unease. He shook his head slightly from the discomfort and made an ill face. GNN. He groaned, holding a hand to his head. Just relax and let the virus execute its code, Vark reassured. It shouldn't take long before your chip is completely fried. Choromatsu eyed his friend carefully, watching the alien utter sick moans as signals of disruption and malfunction were set off in his head. He observed as Ichimatsu tried to take a deep breath in and out, shaky the whole way. He suffered mostly in silence as the minute progressed, simply experiencing the sensations that were running through his body as the virus took over. After a few moments, the ex-doctor managed to bring his eyes back up to the interface still being projected before him. When he saw the content of the screen, anxiety or perhaps a disturbed feeling became apparent in his eyes. Choromatsu raised a brow seeing this, trying to peek over to see what exactly Ichimatsu was seeing that was triggering the unease. Unfortunately, he couldn't see from where he was sitting, he would just have to wait for his own turn. It wasn't much longer before Ichimatsu's holographic interface broke entirely, vanishing from before him like steam dispersing into the air. As soon as the screen was gone, all symptoms desisted at once. Ichimatsu shook his head and sat up straight, sensing something had gone seriously awry within him. It didn't take much to realize that the virus had succeeded, and Ichimatsu was now free. He sat in silence, expression unreadable as the sensor was removed from his temple and the elders turned their attention to their next client. The ex-behaviorist gulped as the sensor pad neared the side of his head. Although Ichimatsu made it through just fine, Choromatsu wasn't looking forward to the discomfort he was likely about to experience. He closed his eyes in preparation for what was to come, allowing Rinsel to set the sticky pad against his skin. The code was prepped on the computer and, within moments, Choromatsu received the notification on his brain chip. He popped open his right eye nervously as he reached up to open the interface. When it appeared before him in holographic form, he couldn't stop himself from taking a good minute to simply relish in its presence with a bittersweet hint of nostalgia. After all, this was about to be his last time utilizing the features of his brain chip, features that had been available to him over the course of his entire life. Granted, he couldn't exactly access much in this state to begin with, most of its functionality was still locked from his sentencing. He looked over the aesthetically pleasing design of the interface, analyzing the custom orientation of text and visuals that he himself had grown so accustomed to. It was finally time to say goodbye to it all. Choromatsu swallowed again before reaching up, hesitantly positioning the tip of his index finger over the accept button within the alert. He paused before pushing himself to proceed with the download. The moment the button was pressed, the symptoms began. Choromatsu hissed as he too experienced the sensation of malaise all over his body. His gut flipped and turned, tying itself into knots as he held his opposing forearms for security. Lightheadedness overtook his mind as a sort of fog crept in, triggering mild nausea from the pit of his stomach. Perhaps he was just in a more fragile state compared to his friend, but the symptoms felt a little more intense than slight discomfort. In fact, he felt ready to vomit. He felt ready to. Choromatsu threw up his head, eyes wide in panic as he felt a sick, prickling sensation surging up through his esophagus. Rinsel saw what was coming and acted fast, grabbing a nearby trash bin and shoving it Choromatsu's way. The ex-behaviorist threw the oxygen mask off from over his face and snatched the bucket with both hands, throwing himself into it. Then, he expelled the contents of his stomach, which was mostly just watery acid. He heaved and coughed hoarsely, vomiting up all that he had for a few long seconds before his sickness began to subside. Once it was over, the pale, quivering alien wiped his mouth with a groan. "I'm sorry," he apologized weakly. "No, it's okay," Vark responded, handing the poor alien some napkins to wipe his face. "Maybe I should have prepared you a little better. You're still frail, after all." Choromatsu took a long minute to simply breathe, experiencing the unpleasant symptoms as they rang throughout his body. It didn't take long before they began to die down, only being temporary as the brain chip's drive was attacked. As he allowed himself time to rest, his eyes were drawn back up to the holographic interface still shining before him. Upon this interface, there was a loading screen with a bar quite rapidly soaring to 100%. He watched, hardly having time to process as the bar filled and something in his visuals changed. The screen, it began to glitch. It was becoming corrupted. It was starting to break. Choromatsu felt an intense sense of unease wash over as he observed a piece of technology so intimately tied to him fall apart. In that moment, he didn't realize it, but he must have looked exactly like Ichimatsu a minute prior, anxious, worried, and discontented, watching as a lifetime of files and ARA programming and custom layouts were permanently deleted before his very eyes. This was it, he thought. There was no going back from this. He was about to be free, and he almost didn't know how to feel about it. What a bizarre notion. Before Choromatsu had the chance to properly process the act, the broken interface before him suddenly vanished into nothing. Just like that, it was gone, and gone were the symptoms as well. Just like that, his brain chip was broken. Just like that, its drive, its applications, its executable files, they were all wiped entirely from its system, and he could no longer be tracked. Not now, and not ever again. The moment Choromatsu realized he and Ichimatsu were officially freed individuals, he looked over at his friend. Ichimatsu returned his gaze with an unreadable one of his own. It seemed, to Choromatsu, at least, that they were both in a little bit of emotional shock. It was too real. It was too real. Ichimatsu uttered the first. "We're actually free." Ichimatsu's eyes were drawn forward at nothing, then down to his lap. "We are," he said before looking back up at his friend with the smallest of smiles. "We really are." The two stood to their feet, with the green Matsu still quite shaky in doing so. Then, together, they looked to the elders with grateful eyes. Choromatsu was the first to step forward and jump into an unexpected embrace. "Thank you so much." He breathed into Rinsel's shoulder, squeezing the elder in his arms. He sniffled as a stinging sensation overtook his nose and added one more notion of gratitude. "I'm so happy we've been saved." "Thank you." Ichimatsu chimed in as well, he too plagued with joyful sniffles. "Your organization, you've done so much for us. We really can't express our gratitude enough." Rinsel simply smiled. "I'm just happy to know you four will be safe following all this," he said. "Why don't we head back to the lobby and see if your human friends are ready to descend?" Vark suggested. "We're nearing Earth, after all. It's almost time." The two younger Horovagans nodded in agreement before joining their elders in exiting the room, making their way back to the lobby. The door was opened and inside they did enter, walking upon a group discussion revolving primarily around the humans. From this group, Osomatsu perked up with an elated grin. "Ah, there they are." The man pointed, already energetic from the conversation they had just been actively engaged in. "Choromakan, Ikimakan." The moment these words were uttered, Tholeaf promptly snatched Osomatsu's hand, preventing the man from running towards his two alien friends. "Hold on," Tholeaf pressed merrily. "I want to know more about all these action-packed thriller movies your people have." "I find it so fascinating," Noom crooned as she grabbed the man's other hand. "You humans have truly perfected the art of theatrics. I'd love to watch one, myself." Just the way you described the plot had me so engaged, Choromatsu laughed aloud. Man, I wish I could vacation on Earth. That would be such a cool experience. Now, everyone, Vark tutted, observing as Choromatsu and Ichimatsu joined their two human friends amongst the crowd. We're going to have to wrap things up here. Unfortunate as it is, we don't have all the time in the world to talk with our new friends. A collective O of disappointment erupted from the group, largely from Tholeaf, Neume, and Jushimatsu. Todomatsu couldn't help but to chuckle, amused. Yeah, would be nice if we had more time, he commented. Thank you for telling us all about your culture, shouted Jushimatsu just a little too loudly. It was really interesting. We only barely scratched the surface of what it means to be human, Choromatsu remarked coolly, enigmatically. There are so many wonders of the world we could talk about and show you. Are you sure you guys can't come visit? No can do, Tholeaf shook their head. It's illegal for a Horovegan to trespass onto an undomesticated planet. Setting foot there without proper clearance would alert the authorities. Ah, really? Cocking his head, Osomatsu then asked, wait, but then, how are you going to drop us off? You're going to have to utilize the escape pod, informed Rinsel. Use the pod's interface to navigate your way home. And then, once you land. The elder stepped closer to Osomatsu as he dug around in his pocket. He then withdrew a small box and handed it to the man. Osomatsu took it curiously and examined it before opening it up. Inside, there were matches. Burn everything, he ordered. Any and every piece of Horovegan equipment you have on your persons, you must set ablaze. You can't risk being tracked in any way, shape, or form. Do you understand? The red Matsu's eyes sparkled as he examined the alienistic matches in his hands. He squeezed them tight in his grip before nodding. Understood, he confirmed. Wonderful, Rinsel nodded warmly. Elder Vark, who was working at a nearby computer, spoke aloud to the group present. We're approaching Earth's outer atmosphere, he announced. Escape pod will be ready to launch in just a couple minutes. Choromatsu's eyes widened as these words were uttered, and he broke from the group. The man raced towards the nearest window and peeked out, expression dazzled as he laid his gaze upon the planet so close and familiar to him. The smooth, blue orb, it turned slowly in the solar system so intimately tied to the humans. He could see the magnificent oceans, the greenish-brown lands speckled upon the blues, and could even make out tiny dots of light shimmering from cities so far away. There was a gentle glow radiating from the planet's surface, giving a sense of life to the floating mass. And, of course, there was their gorgeous, one and only moon, its matter half hidden behind the shade from the sun. What an astounding sight it was. Ah! Choromatsu gleamed, excitement overtaking him so. We're so close. It's finally happening. Osomatsu joined Choromatsu at his side, peering out through the window and taking in all he was perceiving. Yes. The older of the two squealed, jumping up and down ecstatically. This is it. It really is, Choromatsu whispered to himself, positioning himself beside the humans so he could also take a ganger at the planet so close. We've come so far. Yeah, we have, Ichimatsu stated, resting his palms against the glassy exterior. God, I can't believe it's finally over. The strife, the grief, the hardships. Well. Choromatsu lowered his gaze with a bittersweet smirk. Maybe not the hardships. After all, it's going to take some time adjusting. We'll be fine, Osomatsu spouted dismissively, throwing an arm around his alien friend. You'll have Choromatsu and I to show you the ropes. As Choromatsu and Osomatsu chuckled at this, Choromatsu sank just a little further. He just didn't feel ready, though he wasn't going to dampen the mood with his feeble emotions. With a deep breath in, he nodded in acceptance and silently allowed the humans to celebrate. After a few moments, Vark called out to the group. "Escape pod is ready to be utilized," he told them. "Osomatsu, Choromatsu, Choromatsu, Ichimatsu, it's just about time for us to give each other one last farewell." Osomatsu stepped away from the window, looking up and around at all the smiling faces crowding around them in excitement. He took in the energy, the aura of the room and found peace in its warmth. Then, with his gaze falling upon Rinsel, he jumped forward and threw himself into Rinsel's arms for a final embrace. "Thank you for everything," said Osomatsu, his voice harboring the most subtle of quivers. "You really don't know how grateful we all are." Rinsel hummed approvingly, his chest rumbling like a cat's as he was hugged by the foreign creature. "Make the most out of your time on Earth," he told him. "Live your life doing what makes you the happiest, and never forget us. Is there really no chance we'll hear from any of you again?" Choromatsu asked with a hint of worry. Unfortunately, Vark shook his head. "That will be the most likely case. There just isn't a feasible way to visit or communicate with you without being tracked or found out to some capacity. It would be safest for you if you never heard from our kind ever again. That said, we will miss you. I really hope your plans for a better future for your people pull through," Osomatsu remarked sincerely. "Best of luck, and be safe." "Thank you," Vark smiled. Osomatsu turned to the rest of the crew with a big grin. "A big thanks to you guys, too." He cheered. "We'll be rooting for you all from afar." "It was so great to meet you." Choromatsu beamed excitedly. "You humans are so cool. Have fun on Earth, okay? It's been a pleasure working with you four, and I do hope you find happiness in the safety of a quiet and secluded life," Choromatsu chimed in. "You four will do just fine," Haukea added, patting Osomatsu on the head. "And don't worry too much about us, we've got things figured out." "That, we do," Opfen nodded in agreement. "It's bittersweet to say goodbye, but it's for the best. I know you four will thrive. Live your lives to the fullest, and never stop being grateful for the little things," Noom commented. "I hope your lives blossom ever so. It was lovely to get to know you humans, and I'm certainly going to miss you," Choro, Tholeaf told them, reaching out and offering their palm to Choromatsu one last time. Choromatsu smiled at this and practiced little reluctance in returning the favor. Together, their bioluminescence glowed a soft pink and green. "Thank you everyone." The green-hearted alien lowered his head in gratitude. "Thank you all so much. We really can't express it enough." "Thank you guys." Ichimatsu too lowered his head. "Thank you so much." Choromatsu looked back up at all the smiling faces surrounding him and his three friends. Rinsel, Vark, Tholeaf, Haukea, Choromatsu, Todomatsu, Opfen, Noom. Choromatsu was thankful for each and every one of them, not to exclude those part of the organization that weren't present that day. He was immensely relived and would never forget these individuals who watched over him from afar and ultimately saved his life. He would never forget. At this time, Rinsel and Vark took the humans by the hands and led them toward the hall, with the remainder of the crew following closely behind. Together they approached the escape pod in the next room over, and here they conversed. The group exchanged a few final goodbyes before the pod was opened, and inside the four positioned themselves. Although there was only one escape pod, this one was roomy enough for the four of them to fit comfortably inside. Choromatsu took the pilot's seat, him being the most familiar of the four with manually piloting an escape pod. Osomatsu took the seat beside him, as he or Choromatsu would be the best fit to navigate where they needed to land to be closest to their homes on Earth. And finally, Choromatsu and Ichimatsu sat in the back. All four buckled up, and a few more words were exchanged before the door to the escape pod finally shut. Osomatsu looked up and around, taking in his surroundings of the present moment. He looked upon the faces of each individual inside the pod with him. He saw Choromatsu, eager as can be along with Osomatsu himself. Ichimatsu, his expression was more wide-eyed and curious, almost unreadable. And finally, Choromatsu, he looked troubled. But only for a second. The moment Choromatsu realized he was being watched, he perked back up and returned Osomatsu's gaze with a smile. Now looking outside the pod, Osomatsu watched as the group of 8 waved goodbye. Osomatsu's body quivered from the adrenaline as he lifted his shaky hand to wave back. The other 3 did the same. This was their final moment, and it was their final goodbye before the escape pod was ejected from the ship. A lonesome pod, so little and seemingly insignificant as it traveled at incredible speeds through the stars. Yes, the moment was surreal. An orange glow encapsulated the pod as it ripped through the void of space, plummeting closer and closer to the planet's outer atmosphere, ever growing from their tiny perspectives. They passed the moon, they passed the reach of the sun, and they soon entered within Earth's grasp. For the time being, all trivial emotion had left their persons as they worked logically to orchestrate a successful landing. Choromatsu focused heavily on the interface before him, swiping and typing and gliding his fingers across it like his life depended on it. Sweat formed at his temple as he worked actively to calculate their trajectory and position themselves nicely. Meanwhile, Osomatsu and Choromatsu worked together to scan the continents from above, jetting orders and giving general directions of where they needed to go. Ichimatsu loomed over Choromatsu's shoulder to give any tips or advice he could contribute as well, and together, the 4 worked seamlessly to get the pod headed in the right direction. The pod shook as its speed only increased, entering the planet's exosphere. They zipped past satellites and space junk, quickly entering the thermosphere, mesosphere, then stratosphere. Finally, Osomatsu and Choromatsu could perceive the Earth's surface as if they were on a plane about to descend. They continued pointing Choromatsu in the right direction, having him steer one way, then the next. Closer and closer did they get to their homes, and Osomatsu would know exactly where to go if they landed correctly. It wasn't long before the escape pod began utilizing methods of slowing its speed. Its engines halted and began to reverse the direction in which it blasted, slowing the pod down significantly as it prepared to land. As the ship's course and location was set, the 4 friends held hands. Things got more than just a little rocky, and their pod shook violently as it slowed. Then, it finally landed. The scenery was hushed, desolate of life and cool as autumn. The sun at this location had long set, leaving the wanderers long immersed in darkness. The thicket of trees surrounding them was heavy and isolated enough to where there likely wasn't a human present for a mile or 2. This forest, although not recognized by Choromatsu, was very close to where Osomatsu himself had been abducted so long ago. Meaning, they weren't too far from Osomatsu's hometown. The pod had landed upon a sandy pit that, the humans figured, must have been used for camping in the past. Out from the pod, one by one, the friends staggered and climbed and planted their feet onto the dirty area surrounding the pit. The first to escape the pod's clutches helped the next step out, and quickly enough, all 4 were standing before the pod now cooling from its trip. Once they were all freed, Osomatsu withdrew the matches that had been handed to him before. All equipment on Choromatsu and Ichimatsu's persons were thrown into the pod before the powerful matches set it ablaze. A deafening whoosh flooded into their ears as a colorful pit of fire formed from inside the escape pod, its fiery tendrils rising higher than even the trees could stretch. The heat that radiated from the bonfire was immense, and those present found they had to back up significantly to avoid being burned. There was a small explosion with fire bursting in every direction, and briefly they wondered if they should have been more careful in picking a spot to burn. Fortunately, the flames did die down after the initial ignition and the fire burned away all the equipment over the course of a couple hours. During these 2 hours, the 4 friends sat and watched the fire as it reached up to the stars above. There wasn't much to say in the moment, as the silence was calm and serene. It wasn't until a few minutes in when Choromatsu finally broke from his eager facade and began to sob. He was painfully aware that the moment the pod was set ablaze, his decision to stay on Earth was permanent. He was painfully aware that he had now left everything behind, everything he once loved and everything that was familiar to him. He was painfully aware of it all, and his future scared him now more than ever. Ichimatsu, seeing his friend's tears, shed a couple of his own. He snarled and tried to wipe his eyes clean, but that didn't stop them from coming. The humans, they didn't and couldn't fully understand the reasoning behind the tears, but they were keen on comforting their friends. Together, the 4 sat and kept warm before the fire, watching as it gradually died down and left such outstanding alien technology as nothing more than rubble and ash. Few words were said during this time as they simply processed all that had come to be. Seconds, minutes, and hours passed before the fire keeping them warm became too insufficient to properly scare away the cold of the night. Seeing as all that was left was indistinguishable dust and scrap, the 4 stood to their feet and started on their way. Together, they walked through the darkness. And together, they made their way back home. Chapter 48, Epilogue. Knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Someone's at the door, a hushed, feminine voice uttered through the quiet night. Seriously? Whispered out another, this one more masculine than the first. Who would be visiting at this hour? No idea. Should we answer? HNN. The man let out a groggy moan, shifting his position under the warm covers. Yeah, probably. Fine. The creaking of the staircase beneath the bare feet of the couple making their way downstairs echoed throughout the humble home. Trudging along toward the front door, the couple sent each other sleepy glances as they approached. It was too late for this, they thought, or rather, too early. It couldn't have been earlier than 1 in the morning, and neither were too happy to have been awoken from their comfortable slumber. They weren't just not eager, either, they were cautious, finding it odd that a neighbor would be making such a ruckus at this time. They figured, whatever reasoning behind such a late-hour visit would have to be significant, all things considered. The porch light flickered on, illuminating the outside of the house with a warm, golden hue that attracted moths and insects of the night to draw near. Shuffling could be heard from the other side of the door as the occupants of the house prepared to open. Before unlocking the door, however, the man of the abode took care to peek out the window groggily, trying to catch a glimpse of who could possibly be visiting. The second he laid his eyes upon the first guest standing in wait on the porch, he did a double take. He looked, again and again, slapping himself silly in attempt to rouse himself from the dream he figured he was having. He shook his head and peered even deeper at the visitor patiently waiting outside. Then, he concluded, this wasn't a dream. Dear. He called to his wife, voice trembling. It's. And then, in that moment that she saw the visitor's face, she jumped into action. The curtains were drawn, locks were flipped, and the doorknob was rattled aggressively before the door itself was flung open without care. There, standing before the 2 mourning parents, was their long-lost child, a young man with a small, bittersweet smile and a glimmer of relief in his eyes. Oh my God! The mother wearily staggered forward, hands shaking as she laid eyes upon her dirty, shirtless child that had finally found his way back home. Her eyes were the size of space itself, the whites visible clearly even in the darkness of the night. Her lungs quivered with every exhale as she approached the boy slowly, step after shattered step. Then, finally, her hands touched his shoulders, gentle like the kiss of a butterfly. As she did so, she broke. Osomatsu. She wailed, snatching her baby up and squeezing him tighter than a grizzly. Upon embracing her missing son, she dragged him down as she collapsed to her knees. Osomatsu formed the most eager of grins and hugged her back, equally as tight. Mom! He cried out, his voice too trembling. Dad! The father shot his gaze back and forth between the two before jumping into the pile, hugging them both and practically lifting them off their feet as he did so. Osomatsu, you're alive! Shouted the father in pure elation, spinning his family in circles as he squeezed them close. You're actually alive. My boy, my baby boy. Sobbed his mother, unable to keep her tears from pouring. Is this really happening? Have you really come back home? I'm home, yes. Osomatsu gleamed, wiping his eyes as he was finally released from the group hug. He looked up at his parents, lips quivering as he trembled from glee. I'm finally home. She wept, the tears out of her control. We missed you so much. I thought, you might have been. I didn't think we'd ever see you again. The father added, grabbing Osomatsu's hands and tightening his grip. We've been worried sick. We've been looking for you for so long now, the mother went on. How did? The two joyful parents continued with their barrage of questions and sentiments, crying together as they held their missing son in their arms for the first time in over half a year. They all wept over each other, embracing one another tightly and taking in the moment for the blessing it was. For them, this moment was truly a miracle, and it was one they were never going to forget. As this played out, a gleeful Choromatsu stood in the back watching, touched by their display of long-missed affection. He kept a hand to his chest as he got caught up in the scene, envisioning his own coming reunion with his family while remaining quiet as to not ruin the moment for Osomatsu. Meanwhile, the two aliens in human form stood timidly in the background, they too opting to remain silent. Choromatsu and Ichimatsu held each other's hand meekly, watching the events unfold with mixed feelings. There were a lot of emotions to be had, for they were not only experiencing guilt, but were also relieved, joyous, melancholic, and even fascinated by the grand display of familial adoration they were witnessing. On a science note, they had never seen human parents interact with their offspring before, and their closeness and rapport was quite intriguing to observe. But, that aside, the aliens immediately felt out of place. The pair were anxious, unsure of how this next introduction was about to go. Were they going to be accepted? Rejected? Feared and cast out with threats of violence? Probably not the latter, though the uncertainty did still exist. The idea of living on Earth with another species sounded foreign enough, and they just weren't sure what to expect. The duo almost felt like intruders about to invade in on the private nest of a human family, and it certainly did make them feel uncomfortable. They just didn't immediately feel a sense of belonging in their soon-to-be environment, and it was scary. There was certainly some truth to the notion as well. The two aliens, they really didn't belong. They were Horovagans, completely alien to not just these humans, but this entire planet. They were nowhere near human, let alone welcomed guests. Choromatsu and Ichimatsu were complete strangers to these guys, not to mention, Osomatsu's parents probably weren't going to be too happy upon figuring out that they played a part in Osomatsu's disappearance. They couldn't help but to wonder, would they act aggressively upon learning this information? Would they attack them? Would they turn feral? The helpless aliens had always heard rumors that mothers in particular were incredibly protective of their young. What if this was about to turn into a really ugly mauling? What if they were doomed to get slaughtered their very first night on Earth? Ichimatsu tightened his grip on Choromatsu's hand, their ideas perfectly in sync. No, Ichimatsu silently reassured, they couldn't think like that. That was how their old selves would have thought, and they were different now. They could safely regard these humans as people, not just wild animals. They would be understanding, he was sure of it. Aside from feeling their deep-rooted fears, Choromatsu and Ichimatsu were also able to feel a kind of warmth in their chest as they observed the two parental figures coddle and snuggle their long-lost child. The three of them were so happy, in fact, that they were collectively sobbing together. It was quite the sweet moment, and it was refreshing to see their once-regarded client so genuinely happy. They really hadn't seen much of it over the past couple months. So, who are these people with you? The mother asked, breaking naturally from their exciting reunion to address the elephant in the room. Mom, Dad, Osomatsu began, grinning excitedly. These are my friends. They helped me escape. The red-hearted Matsu gestured to the three standing away from the door as he went on. Choromatsu, Choromatsu, and Ichimatsu, he called. This is my mom and dad, well, you can call them Matsuyo and Matsuzo. Choromatsu took it upon himself to be the first to step forward, taking the father's hand with two of his own and shaking it up and down with a sincere smile. It's wonderful to meet you, he greeted. Yes, nice to meet you, Matsuzo replied, though it was clear he harbored a bit of reluctance to the newcomers. You three, also went missing alongside Osomatsu? It's a long story, Osomatsu waved dismissively. Hey, can we come inside? It's kind of cold out here. Yes, come in. Matsuyo practically sang, pulling Osomatsu by the arm. She seemed a little less hesitant to accept those regarded as trustworthy by their son. Let's get you all some warm clothes and blankets. It's much too cold out here. But, dear. Matsuzo eyed his wife, visibly uncomfortable. When he spoke in a secretive whisper. We don't know who these people are. Should we really welcome them into our home? It's fine, smiled the other. Osomatsu trusts them, so I think we should, too. Besides. Matsuyo looked the three newcomers up and down. She observed how relatively young they all were, along with their timid posture and body language. She took in what information she could gather based on their appearance and context alone before nodding. They look trustworthy. You can't just decide such a thing, the man grimaced in uncertainty. Maybe we should contact the police first so they can help us get this all sorted out. No. Osomatsu interrupted their whispering with a loud interjection and a frown. Don't call the police just yet. Not until after we tell you what happened. Osomatsu glanced the way of his two alien friends. I don't think that would be safe for Choromatsu and Ichimatsu. He looked back to his parents and continued. Let's just talk things over first. We'll tell you everything that happened, and then you can decide if you want to get the police involved. Sound fair? Matsuzoa's chest rumbled as he gave an uncertain hum. He looked over each individual carefully, analyzing every aspect of their physical appearance. Choromatsu, he looked just as helpless as Osomatsu, half-naked, covered in cuts and bruises, and clearly also a victim of what he could only imagine was some sort of kidnapping ring. He too shared a glowing tattoo on his shoulder that he and his wife hadn't even had the chance to ask about yet, but sharing this with Osomatsu did make him seem more trustworthy. His words and gestures appeared genuine as well, and there was a softness to his character that Matsuzo couldn't dismiss. Overall, Choromatsu seemed fine, it was the other two he wasn't so sure about. Choromatsu and Ichimatsu, these two individuals didn't appear scuffed up in the slightest. Ichimatsu was perhaps a little dirty from soot, maybe? Perhaps a splash of black ink. But otherwise the two seemed completely unharmed. They even had clothes on their backs, which couldn't be said about the other two. Why were these two in such drastically different conditions from Osomatsu? Had they really been victims of this supposed kidnapping ring Matsuzo assumed was out there, or had they been a part of its functions? Something about them didn't seem right, and he was quick to pick up on it. Choromatsu shivered as he was analyzed so intensely. He could detect the other was skeptical about them, and it brought about a feeling of anxiety in his chest. He briefly wondered if he needed to intervene, but Ichimatsu was faster, he beat him to it. Listen, Ichimatsu piped up meekly, tone quiet in nature. It's true we didn't have the same role in all this as Osomatsu and Choromatsu, I can see that you've figured as much. But, we all fought a battle to escape our situation, and we're here, so, maybe just let us in and hear what we have to say. That's right, Choromatsu chimed in. We fought hard to get to safety, and we just need shelter right now. Please, let us try to explain ourselves. And, if you still deem us unfit for space in your nest, by all means, kick us out. We'll respect your decision. Matsuzo listened carefully to their pleas before finally giving a sigh. Then, he nodded. All right, he agreed. Everyone come inside. We'll talk things over in the living room. I want to know what happened to the lot of you and how you managed to bring our son back to us. Choromatsu and Ichimatsu sent each other small, relieved smiles as Osomatsu brightened back up. He took Choromatsu by the hand and led him and their two alien friends in through the doorway. Once all were inside, the door was shut and locked and the porch light was turned back off. And just like that, the night outside the home was quiet once more. Through the halls and around the corridor where the group of four led, and soon they did make it to the living room. The four were encouraged to get comfortable on the sofa as Matsuzo left to find clothes and blankets. Meanwhile, Matsuyo was quick to start asking the important questions. When was the last time you've eaten? Matsuyo pressed. Have you eaten anything at all today? Are you thirsty? Have you had water? Osomatsu brought his lips to the side as he thought hard. Yeah, actually, I am pretty hungry. It's been a while since I've had any food. What about you three? She went on, turning to Choromatsu, Choromatsu, and Ichimatsu. Would you like anything? Oh. Choromatsu was genuinely surprised by the offer, not having known what to expect upon setting foot inside the human's nest. They haven't eaten anything today either, Osomatsu said, glancing his friend's way. So they're probably hungry, too. Do you need me to help you make anything? No, that's not necessary. Matsuyo coddled. I don't want any of you four to lift a finger tonight. Just relax, we'll take care of you. Mom, are you sure? Osomatsu couldn't help but to chuckle. I can help. Stay put right there, his mother ordered kindly. I promise it's okay. I'll be right back. With that, Matsuyo practically skipped out of the living room, leaving the four sitting on the big, cozy couch. Choromatsu meekly looked up and around, taking in the awesome sight of a real human's nest. He examined every foreign, architectural design choice, from the sharpness of the corners of the room to the flat ceiling above. He was like a child at an amusement park, glancing about with big eyes and mouth slightly agape. The light fixture above, it was like something out of a fairy tale in his mind. So rustic, so fantasy-like compared to what he was used to. There was also a big television screen, though it remained off. Beside the couch was a little stand with a cordless telephone on it, and off in the corner was a large bookshelf. But it wasn't like a bookshelf you'd find in space. No, it was a wooden structure, not technologically advanced in the slightest. The books present were stacked and organized neatly, though the size differences that each book refused to conform to made it appear rudimentary in a sense. Not to mention, the books were made of paper. They weren't smart devices in the slightest. How remarkable, he thought. Ichimatsu too was fascinated by the outstanding, homey design of a human's nest. He took in every little detail, from the not-so-elegant carpeting to the used teacup on the circular table before them. He analyzed the curtains blanketing the window embedded into the wall across from them and noticed how they were ever so slightly askew. His eyes wandered to the bookshelf that Choromatsu had been observing, and there he saw on a middle shelf a decorative vase beside a family photo, framed and positioned nicely. Overall, the area had an overbearing scent of human and was just so alien it felt surreal. He didn't know what to make of it. After a few moments of silence, Choromatsu finally spoke up. "Your parents seem really nice," he told Osomatsu. "It was kind of them to let us inside." "Oh yeah, they're harmless," the other waved. "They wouldn't have just left you out there to freeze." "This is such a charming nest you have," Choromatsu spoke meekly, still rather hesitant by his and Ichimatsu's intrusion. "It smells very human," Ichimatsu said, wrinkling his nose. Then, he quickly corrected himself for fear of being rude. "But it's not a bad thing, or anything, really. It's nice." "Are Ichimatsu and I, well..." The ex-behaviorist was hesitant in his words. "Are we going to be staying here, then? For the time being?" "I guess it's whatever you guys want, and whatever our parents are okay with," replied the eldest. "Then again, it might be a little crowded here with both of you." "Ichimatsu, if Choromatsu stays here, would you want to come stay with me?" Choromatsu suggested with a smile. "You're always welcome in my home, too." Ichimatsu looked to Choromatsu, his expression tainted with subtle anxiety at the thought of separation. He pursed his lips. "I don't know." "Just think about it," the man told him amicably. "And anyway, I don't even know if my dad is going to be able to pick me up tonight. I still have to make the phone call. We'll see what happens, all right?" "Okay." The ex-doctor accepted. As Ichimatsu said this, Matsuzo, Osomatsu's father, entered the room carrying a basket of fluffy items in his arms. He plopped the basket onto the ground beside the couch and began rummaging through it, first pulling out some sweatpants and a t-shirt. He handed them to Osomatsu promptly. "Here," he offered. "Get yourself dressed." The son took the clothes and threw the shirt over his head before planting his feet onto the carpet and slipping on the pants. Dressing hastily, he looked over himself in approval before turning his attention to the basket his father had brought in. Here, he reached in and took some more of his belongings to hand to Choromatsu. "You can wear these for now," said the red Matsu, giving him a blue t-shirt and some shorts. "I don't mind. Let me know if they don't fit." "Thanks," Choromatsu smiled back gratefully as he too got dressed. Once the two humans were clothed, blankets were passed out and the four got comfortable once more on the couch. Before getting too comfortable, however, Choromatsu raised his hand to speak. "Do you mind if I use your phone?" he asked Matsuzo. "I just need to call my dad, he's probably worried sick." "That should be fine," replied the father figure. "Phone's on the nightstand over there." "Thank you." Eagerly, Choromatsu hopped from the couch and walked hurriedly toward the phone. As he got to dialing, Matsuyo entered the room holding 4 mugs by the handles, 2 in each hand. She smiled at the group as she set them down on the table before them. "I made everyone some chamomile tea," she announced. "We also have some stew I'm heating up right now. It should be done in a few minutes." "You're the best," Osomatsu grinned, happy to partake of the tea that had been offered. The man gently blew a puff of air the way of the warm beverage surface, cooling it before taking a nice sip. He hummed dreamily as the honey-sweet taste flourished across his taste buds, relishing in the long-missed human delicacy that was something as simple as tea. The temperature of the drink did well to warm his body up as it traveled down into his stomach, triggering a rush of dopamine as he partook. "What a lovely feeling," he thought. As Osomatsu savored the taste, Choromatsu and Ichimatsu eyed their teacups warily. Choromatsu was the first to grasp the cup's handle in his hand, bringing it close as he looked over the dirty leaf water carefully. He could see his tired reflection upon its surface, the otherwise pristine image interrupted by a single mint leaf floating softly upon the watery beverage. The 2 aliens had the same thoughts to consider. Was a man-made drink such as this safe for a horovegan to consume, or would it poison them? In fact, how were they going to eat anything at all on this planet? Were they just going to have to guess what was safe based on their general knowledge of human biology? What all did they know about human biology, anyway? They knew humans were omnivores, but that didn't help much. Actually, speaking of that, was this beverage being served even vegetarian? Was this a broth? If so, what if it tasted so vile that they couldn't keep it down? Neither could imagine a meaty drink concocted by a less advanced species to taste divine by any means. The pair continued to stare down at their respective mugs, a million thoughts pouring behind those quiet eyes. After a moment or so, a voice spoke out. "It's not going to kill you." Choromatsu and Ichimatsu looked up at the grinning Osomatsu, both harboring surprised expressions. Had they been that easy to read just now? What's in it? Choromatsu dared to ask. "It's tea," Osomatsu shook his head hopelessly. "What do you mean what's in it?" Ichimatsu jumped in this time with his own question. "Is it, like, meat-based, or plant-based?" he questioned. "It's literally just tea," the other responded. "So that means it's..." Osomatsu stared for a long time. "Plant. It's leaf water. It's just leaf water." "Okay," Choromatsu nodded, still uncertain. "I'll just take small sips at a time for now." Before Choromatsu could take his first sip, there was a slight huff from the other end of the room. All turned their attention briefly to Choromatsu, who still appeared to be trying to contact his father using the phone. The man, growing wholly frustrated, muttered to himself, "Come on, you can't ignore my calls forever. I'll keep dialing out until you pick up, goddammit." And with that, he went about dialing for a 3rd time. As the line rang, Choromatsu turned back to his tea. He pursed his lips, wrinkling his nose before lifting it to his mouth slowly. Then, he finally took his first sip. The taste, it was earthy and sweet, creamy like milk and overall pleasant to experience. He finished 1, then 2 sips of the hot beverage before lowering it with a smile. "This is actually really good," he complimented, genuinely relieved. "Thank you so much for this." "Wow." Ichimatsu, having just finished a sip of his own, too smiled. "Yeah, it's not bad." Matsuyo laughed, only slightly put off by their reactions. "My, it's like you two have never had tea before," she tried to joke. "I'm glad you like it." "I really like it," expressed the green-hearted alien, leaning in. "How did you make this?" Matsuyo tried to chuckle, unsure of how serious her guests were being. "I just brewed some tea and added milk and honey," she told them. "It's no big deal." Interrupting the small discussion before it could even get started, Choromatsu spoke up again. "Dad." He called into the phone. Everyone turned and observed as the man paused for a moment, then began to gleam. Slowly his expression shifted from one of uncertainty and worry to sincere joy, his eyes sparkling with delight as he heard his father's voice on the other end. "Dad. It's me. It's Choromatsu, I'm here." Clinging to the phone with two hands, the man listened eagerly as his father replied. The response on the other end was hesitant, hardly daring to believe what was being heard. It went from shocked to frantic, shaken in nature as the rambling quickly began. No, I'm alive. I'm okay, I promise. I'm safe, and everything is okay." The son reassured. I'm staying at a friend's house until you can come pick me up. No, I'm not hurt too bad. Just a few scratches, and, yeah, no, that's." The barrage of questions from the other came tumbling in like an avalanche, and Choromatsu found himself struggling to keep up. "Dad, it's okay. Please, don't cry, I'm safe, and I'm coming home." He comforted the panicked other to the best of his abilities. "Oh, well, yeah, I was, in a sense. I mean, Choromatsu sniffled, his expression stiffening as he tried not to shed a tear, himself. He forcefully sucked air in through his stuffy nose once more, rubbing his eyes. Then, he whimpered out, "I never thought I'd hear your voice again." He continued on between pauses. "You don't know how much I've missed you," he told his father over the phone, rocking himself slightly. Yeah, that's right. I didn't. And, Choromatsu's voice got quieter as he continued the conversation, reassuring his father and relishing in their virtual reunion with all his heart and soul. Yeah. The attention directed toward Choromatsu and the one-sided conversation all could hear slowly dissipated into non-existence as Osomatsu's own parents turned to him with brows raised. "Osomatsu," Matsuzo began tensely. You don't know how worried your mother and I have been. You really don't know, we thought you were dead. We really didn't think you'd be coming home again. We've been preparing for the worst, assuming we received any news at all. We've been mourning," admitted Matsuyo, gazed down to her lap. "We have to know, what happened to you? Where have you been all this time? Mom, Dad?" Osomatsu empathized with his parents, feeling their sorrows as they spoke these words. Before he could give a proper response, he glanced at Choromatsu, who was paying them no mind as he continued his deep discussion over the phone. Then, he glanced at Choromatsu and Ichimatsu, who both sat timidly on the couch wrapped up in soft blankets. Finally, Osomatsu sighed. "You're not going to believe me," he started. But, looking them in the eyes gravely, he revealed the truth. "I was abducted by aliens. I've been in space this whole time, and these two next to me are part of the group who stole me." Matsuyo and Matsuzo didn't quite know how to process this revelation at first. The words passed through one ear and out the other without triggering any immediate response. They stared for a long time before breaking out in uncomfortable chuckles and grimaces, shaking their heads and trying to laugh along with what they hoped was just a lame joke and not some sort of bizarre delusion. They made one or two retorts about how such a thing was impossible, but Osomatsu was prepared to back up his claims. "I'm being serious," he told them. "Choromatsu, Ichimatsu, show them." When Osomatsu gestured for Choromatsu and Ichimatsu to shift, the aliens were hesitant in doing so. Neither were immediately comfortable revealing their true selves before strangers of another species, and each put up a bit of protest at first. It only took a little more encouraging before they soon conceded and agreed to transform. Like colorful butterflies fluttering from their fair skin, a great transformation did take place, and the two creatures present showcased their natural forms to the two unsuspecting adults. Upon witnessing this grand display of magic, the couple was quick to react. They snatched each other's hands and jumped to their feet in horror, backing away and carelessly knocking a vase as they did so. They scrambled and stuttered, trembling before the enormous beasts now present before them all while horrified by the unknown. Their cries and shouts were heard from across the house as they cowered beneath the massive entities, helpless at their feet. Osomatsu had to act fast to calm them. "It's okay," he called at this time. "I know they look freaky as fuck, but they're really harmless." Attempting to assuage the fears of his parents, Osomatsu demonstrated by taking Choromatsu by one of his 6 hands and squeezing it tight in his own. Without conscious intent, Choromatsu's bioluminescence was activated, and there was a gentle, green glow. The man smiled and pat Choromatsu kindly on the head as he sent words of explanation. They're just big babies. They helped us escape, and now they're refugees. They're not as scary as they look, I promise. At first, neither parent was willing to accept this disconcerting reality. Their fears stirred up inside like a tornado of terror whipping into reality, creating chaos and ruckus in the moment. Even Choromatsu's attention was caught, observing as the couple recoiled from the large beasts. Matsuyo held to her husband, and Matsuzo held to his wife, neither daring to believe that this was what had actually happened, that these entities had stolen their boy. These creatures, they thought, they didn't look like aliens, they looked more supernatural, like demons. Worst-case scenarios started racing through their minds of all the horrific things their poor baby had been through under the watch of such gruesome creatures. Osomatsu, seeing as they were struggling to calm, continued on with more words of encouragement. They're not going to hurt us. Honestly, these two are probably just as afraid of you as you are of them, huh? With a softer smile he added, please don't be upset. They really are harmless. Eventually, the confidence of the two did make a comeback. Matsuyo was the first to regain her standing position, still actively cowering before the two awe-striking organisms they were faced with. She analyzed their features with caution, looking over their halos and multiple arms. She took in their incredible height, noting that they probably couldn't even stand straight under their roof. She gazed into their eyes, their hollow, white spore eyes. Then, finally, she stepped closer. Matsuyo stretched her arm warily toward Choromatsu, brushing her fingertips across his skin as if to verify what she was seeing was real. She felt a coldness radiating off his skin, as if the wispy exterior weren't warmed by the blood within. It was odd to say the least. Meanwhile, Choromatsu responded by shrinking slightly beneath her touch, he too anxious to be presenting this form to two unsuspecting adults. Seeing as the aliens clearly weren't in a state of aggression, Matsuyo turned and reached for her husband's hand. Matsuzo stared for a long time before accepting the offer and allowing her to help him to his feet. Once he was standing, he too reached forward, touching Ichimatsu's arm with the gentlest of brushes. Ichimatsu winced but allowed this to happen, passively accepting the humans' curiosities and willing to calm their fears. Finally, the parents seemed to relax, at least, externally they did. They quietly sat and began a session of careful listening as Osomatsu started on about both the joys and horrors of having been abducted by aliens. He proceeded to relay everything that had happened over the past couple months, going into great and dramatic detail as if explaining the premise of a wacky science fiction novel. The man hardly hesitated revealing all the while Choromatsu and Ichimatsu shifted back and sat passively on the sidelines. Everyone's attention was focused on the excitable storyteller, and he did good to really emphasize the journey he and his three friends had been on. Osomatsu told his parents about the initial impression he had of the alien species. He told them all about Choromatsu's change of heart over time, all about the Kalalana, and all about Ichimatsu's eventual shift in perspective as well. He told them of the tests and experiments that were done and of the abhorrent head of animal behavioral studies. He talked of their relocation to planet Claustra, about their attempt to obey and be submissive, and even went on about all he had learned of Horovagans as a species. He delved into the technological advances and philosophies and government that reigned over the alien people. He really covered every last detail. The monologue ended up lasting nearly an hour, with Osomatsu embellishing with dramatic hand gestures and a captivating voice. Choromatsu had wandered into the next room over early on, having his own discussion with his father over what had happened. Meanwhile, the aforementioned stew was brought out at some point, and all listened to the riveting tales Osomatsu spouted as they consumed their meals. The show went on for ages it seemed, but eventually, it did come to an end. As the story was wrapped up, the parents were left dumbfounded and stricken with awe. Few questions were asked, as everything had already been answered in Osomatsu's grand display of storytelling. This left the parents in quiet shock, trapped in a state of processing all they had heard. By the end of it, there was nothing more to say, for Matsuyo and Matsuzo were far too deep in contemplation. Osomatsu sent them a melancholic smile before finishing on one final note. So, as you can see, Choromatsu and Ichimatsu have nowhere to go, he told them. I guess, after hearing everything that happened, do you think they could stay here for the time being? Even if just for a little bit. The married couple paused before looking to one another, taking each other by the hand as they locked eyes. Their expressions were somber at first, still wrapping their heads around the adventure and presumable trauma their son had been through. Their grasps tightened as they thought the question over. Then, finally, Matsuyo broke from her gaze and looked back at the two aliens sitting timidly beside her only child. She eyed Choromatsu and Ichimatsu up and down, thinking things over carefully before giving her answer. I think, if everything you've said is true, we have no reason to kick them out, she replied. It sounds like you four have really bonded, and I'm just so happy you were able to work together to make it back home. Your father and I are so relieved. I have to ask. Matsuzo began, directing his question toward the two timid aliens. Is everything Osomatsu telling us true? Did all of that really happen? You two really, truly are aliens. Unfortunately, yeah, Choromatsu answered, squeezing his grip on the blanket. Ichimatsu and we've lost everything, and we just need shelter right now. I apologize if it's a lot to ask, but we're, I suppose, a little desperate. More than a little, Ichimatsu muttered. We don't have any ties to other humans. We're in a vulnerable situation and we're helpless here. The ex-doctor lowered his head and went on to add, we would be eternally grateful if you allowed us to stay for tonight. Osomatsu's mother and father looked to one another before each formed their own sad smile. I understand, said Matsuyo. I'd be happy to allow you shelter for as long as you need. Are we on the same page, dear? Aye. Matsuzo took in the sight of the two sad-looking aliens clinging to their respective blankets before nodding. Yeah, he replied. I think that should be fine. After all, you two really fought for our son. And we're thankful for that. Osomatsu smiled the way of his foreign friends. Everything will be okay from now on, he reassured. So, stop looking so sad already. Choromatsu perked up upon hearing this, not having realized just how pitiful he and Ichimatsu appeared. Sorry, he was quick to apologize. You're fine, chuckled the elder, slapping a hand on Choromatsu's back. It was at this time that Choromatsu strolled back into the room, holding the phone away from his face. He set it back onto the charging port, showcasing to the family that his phone call had finally finished. The second his hands were freed, he buried his face into them. He a moment to try and calm his erratic breathing, all while being watched carefully by his three friends. Osomatsu hesitated before speaking up. You all right, Choromatsu? He asked in a soft voice. Choromatsu didn't say anything for a moment. Then, he shifted his position, rubbing his hands against his face as he gave a small sniffle. When he removed his hands, he had a tired yet relieved look about him, and tears were streaming down his cheeks. He gave a shaky exhale and sent the others a faint smile. Yeah, I'm okay, he said. It was just an emotional call, is all. What's the verdict? The other questioned, eyeing him from the side. Is your dad going to be able to pick you up tonight? Choromatsu shook his head. Actually, he's out of the country right now, he revealed. Business, you know? He's taking the first plane back home. Though, he won't be here until tomorrow. So, if it's all right, I'll have to spend the night. Yeah, that's fine, Osomatsu replied. Choromatsu's gaze wandered to Ichimatsu as he wiped his remaining tears. My dad also said he wants to meet you before letting you into our home, he said to the ex-doctor. He's not very trusting of strangers. Plus, I don't think he fully believes my story just yet. Ah. Ichimatsu swallowed and looked down tensely. So, he was going to have to prove himself yet again to another human, eh? Sounded a little worrisome. Choromatsu saw the concern in his eyes and simply laughed. You'll be fine, he waved. My dad might come off as intimidating, but he's really a good guy. All right, Ichimatsu mumbled. I'll take your word for it. Matsuzo looked about with a content smile on his face, ready to accept all that had happened and end the night on a good note. With a small grunt, he stood to his feet and brushed himself off. Then, he turned to the group. It's pretty late, he declared. Osomatsu, why don't you take your friends upstairs? You can use the big futon, should be in the closet. Your mom and I will clean up down here, and we'll be in to check on you in a bit. With a big stretch, Osomatsu replied. Yeah, Kay, he said in a strained voice as he finished up his stretching with a yawn. I guess it is pretty late, huh? Can you show me where the bathroom is? Choromatsu requested with a hand raised. No problem, Osomatsu nodded, standing to his feet whilst allowing the fluffy blanket to drape over his shoulder. Before starting off towards the stairs, he turned to Choromatsu and Ichimatsu. Follow me. The two aliens scrambled to their feet, picking up their blankets so they didn't drag on the floor as they went to follow. And with that, the group split. Intermission. For now, things would be okay, he thought to himself. Osomatsu rummaged through a closet in the hall, searching for the large futon that had been mentioned to him prior. He pushed past the vacuum cleaner and rolled aside an exercise ball, raising his head up and down as he peered through the mess. He pushed aside jackets that were hanging up before reaching the wall on the other side. There was no sign of the futon anywhere. It must have been in another closet. Osomatsu huffed as he pushed himself back to a standing position and slid the closet door shut. As he did so, he heard the sound of running water just down the hall. Sounded like Choromatsu was finished in the bathroom, he thought. Just in time, too, he could use the guy's help setting up the bed. The bathroom door was opened and Choromatsu stepped out, his attention immediately drawn to his friend. He approached him and glanced the way of the closet. "Wasn't in there?" Choromatsu inquired the obvious. "Nah, I think it's downstairs," Osomatsu replied. "Here, follow me." "You're the boss," the other jeered light-heartedly. Together, the two men made their way down the stairs, back to the main floor. Here, they passed by Osomatsu's parents still cleaning up in the living room. They waved in passing before approaching a door next to the entrance. Here, Osomatsu swung it open and smiled. "Ah, here it is." He grinned. "You need any help?" Choromatsu offered. "Nah, I got it. Osomatsu bent down and wrapped two arms around the futon, which had been rolled up nicely inside. He lifted it up and staggered backwards, managing to maintain his balance as he shut the door with his foot. Then, he beckoned Choromatsu to follow as they started back upstairs. Together, they made their way to the upstairs bedroom, where they knew their two alien friends were waiting for them. As they walked, they silently thought things over. Yes, things would be okay, they were sure of it. Choromatsu and Osomatsu, their lives were about to go back to normal with the small exception of harboring two alien fugitives. They would protect Choromatsu and Ichimatsu in their day-to-day lives, teaching them tips and tricks on how to fit in and be human. They would show the two aliens all kinds of awesome human stuff, like movies and video games and bars and delicious delicacies, though they were going to have to be careful about their diet. Eating human food was going to have to be a game of experimenting to see what their bodies could and couldn't handle. They were lucky the stew tonight seemed fine, or, at least, they would know for sure in the next few hours. Hopefully it wouldn't make them ill in the long run. In Osomatsu's eyes, it was going to be fun teaching those two all about human culture and the great things available to them on Earth. He wanted to do everything, go to the beach and visit the ocean, take a trip to the zoo to see all the animals, and maybe even go to an amusement park and ride all the ride. Osomatsu was sure Choromatsu would be a wuss when it came to roller coasters, and he was looking forward to coaching the guy onto one. They were about to spend their time living their lives to the fullest after having almost lost them altogether. It was going to be great, he thought. Step after step, Osomatsu was followed by his friend up the stairs. Every other step had a creak to it, and Osomatsu relished in hearing these noises. He had missed this house so much. He had missed his parents so much. He had missed everything so much, he couldn't have been happier. He had never felt so much love and appreciation for his parents, too. It was such a relief, so much so that he felt completely at peace that night. He felt warm inside, and it felt great. He had missed the feeling. Finally, the two humans approached the door to the main bedroom. They had left Choromatsu and Ichimatsu to change into some pajamas and were ready to meet up with them again. Without any hesitation, Osomatsu threw open the door and opened his big mouth to speak. "We found the futon," he announced eagerly, throwing the rolled-up bed onto the floor without care. "You guys as exhausted as I am?" "Because I'm hella exhausted." Definitely ready for some shut-eye, Choromatsu nodded in agreement. "What about you two?" The moment the two eldest looked upon the room, their energy was quick to dim. They had expected to see two happy aliens ready for bed, but instead, they walked in on something they weren't quite prepared for. Choromatsu and Ichimatsu, they sat on the floor holding to one another, looking up at the humans with big, dampened eyes. The Horovegan refugees, they were crying. As the two humans laid their eyes on the Samba aliens, Choromatsu slumped slightly. He took a slow step forward before kneeling on the floor beside them. "Hey," he called in a low tone. "Are you two doing all right?" Choromatsu and Ichimatsu glanced to one another as Osomatsu stayed standing, looking over the scene and taking in the energy and confusion. "What's the matter?" he asked, wrinkling his nose. "Did something happen?" Ichimatsu opened his mouth to say something, but silently shut it, opting to stay quiet. Meanwhile, Choromatsu hesitated before choosing to reply. Yeah, he said quietly. "We're okay." The man shut the door and strolled past the futon, joining the group on the carpet with a small grin. "How do the pajamas fit?" he asked. Choromatsu scratched the back of his neck, avoiding eye contact. "They fit good. They're really comfortable, thank you for letting us borrow them." "Not a problem," the other beamed. "You owe me, though." Choromatsu was quick to grow frantic upon hearing this. "I'm just kidding," Osomatsu sighed hopelessly, undid by the other's trivial anxieties. "It was a joke. Anyway, what's with the waterworks?" The alien wrinkled his brow and tilted his head, cheeks still damp. "The waterworks. The tears. Why are you two crying?" "Oh, that. I'm sorry," he apologized. "Choromatsu, Ichimatsu, what's going on?" Osomatsu pressed casually. "Why are you two acting so sad?" "We don't mean to be," Choromatsu replied, hesitant to give a direct answer. Ichimatsu took a deep breath in, then out before giving an answer of his own. "You have to understand we're going through a lot right now," he mumbled. "A lot has happened, and it's a lot to process. There's a lot of change happening, and it's significant for us," Choromatsu added. "Yeah." Osomatsu shook his head with a small sigh. "It's not fun being forced to leave your home and stay somewhere completely foreign, huh?" "I don't know how you two managed," the ex-behaviorist admitted. "I feel sick. Even now, despite being a despised refugee among my people, I'm already homesick. I miss home." "I bet," Choromatsu remarked, rubbing Choromatsu's back comfortingly. Choromatsu groaned and said, "I can't believe I'm going to be confined to a single planet for the rest of my life. Ichimatsu and we're stuck here. We're going to have to conform to your people's norms until we die, just so that we can be safe. Not to mention the archaic lifestyle," Ichimatsu muttered. "We're basically going back to the Stone Ages, living as animals." Osomatsu glared at this remark. "Watch it," he warned. Sorry, no, I meant." The youngest present stuttered, unsure how to correct himself at first. "I didn't mean that. I guess, alien is a better term. Everything is so unfamiliar and new, and it's kind of scary." "I'm worried about my ability to blend in," Choromatsu commented. "What if we get caught? What if your people figure us out and panic? What if we get killed?" "You'll be fine," Choromatsu assured. "You might be regarded as a little awkward, but the last thing anyone will think is that you two are aliens." "I just wish none of this ever happened," Choromatsu whimpered shakily, a few more tears falling from his face. "I wish I could still be in the same galaxy as Atra, still working as some bright, young behaviorist with a great future ahead of him. I miss being praised by my leaders for my work. I miss being celebrated as a prodigy. I miss everything seeming perfect and normal." The poor alien wiped his tears roughly, only for more to drip down. "It's just so hard, going through such a change. I really don't know how to feel." Osomatsu stared at the other with an uncertain expression, processing the emotion-fueled words Choromatsu gave. Then, he sighed. "I think it's probably okay not to know how to feel," he told him. "You're right, you're going through a lot. You're experiencing a lot of bad things, but you're also experiencing a lot of good things." "That's right," Choromatsu tried to smile. "You and Ichimatsu are very fortunate, you know? You're going to be safe from now on. And, I know it feels scary after having felt unsafe for such a long time, but it really is a good thing." Just trust the process, Osomatsu added. And, try to take it one day at a time. Like right now, all we have to worry about for today is going to bed. You don't have to worry about anything else. Just sleep. I guess. Choromatsu sighed. Osomatsu stood to his feet, clasping his hands together as he smiled at the aliens. Why don't you two help me get this bed set up? He proposed. We'll get it laid out and we can finally get some rest. After all, I think we're all just a little exhausted after today. We'll sleep on things tonight, and tomorrow, Choromatsu and I are showing you two around town. Sound okay? Choromatsu and Ichimatsu looked to one another before conceding and standing up. Okay, the ex-behaviorist nodded. Thank you. Of course. Gleamed Osomatsu, slipping an arm around his friend in a supportive manner. We'll take good care of you too, I promise. So, quit your worrying already. We'll try, Ichimatsu whispered under his breath, shoulders still a bit tense. Thanks. The four friends turned and began unrolling the large futon, spreading it across the carpeted floor and stretching its corners into a perfect, elongated rectangle. Once it was laid out, Osomatsu threw 4 pillows down and whipped his blanket in the air, opening it up before plopping down, getting comfortable, and encouraging the others to do the same. As the other 3 sat and curled beneath their respective blankets, his parents also checked in on them as promised. They all said goodnight before the lights were turned off, and all were left to sleep. Choromatsu and Ichimatsu struggled to get comfortable despite how fluffy and soft the blankets were. They wriggled beneath the covers awkwardly as if trying to figure out how one were to sleep in a human's nest. Osomatsu took note of their squirming and spoke up. That's right, he pondered aloud. You guys don't usually sleep in regular beds, do you? No, not really, Choromatsu hummed, wrinkling his brow as he thought hard. How do you two stay warm overnight with nothing more than a simple cloth? Well, I think it's easier for us since we're warm-blooded, Choromatsu noted. Meanwhile, you two normally sleep in heated pods, right? Do you want me to turn up the heat a little? Offered Osomatsu. Is that okay? Asked Ichimatsu meekly. Osomatsu smiled and sat up, pushing himself to his feet as he walked carefully through the dark. 1 sec, he said as he approached the thermostat in the dark. The man turned the dial up a few notches before glancing back at the aliens. Then, he turned it up just a couple more. Once he was satisfied with the temperature, he returned to the futon. He plopped back down between Choromatsu and Ichimatsu and got comfortable once more. There, that should be better, he told them. As Osomatsu and Choromatsu lied back down and shut their tired eyes, Choromatsu and Ichimatsu looked to one another. They pursed their lips before awkwardly slipping beneath the covers, scooting just a little too close to each human. Choromatsu started by nuzzling deep in the blankets only an inch away from Osomatsu, with Osomatsu being able to feel his breath on the back of his neck. Then, Choromatsu got just a little closer. He leaned closer and closer until they were practically touching. Finally, Osomatsu opened his eyes and sighed. You want to hold on to me? He asked, shaking his head hopelessly. Choromatsu formed a shy smile. You humans are just so warm, he tried to laugh. Just, go for it, the human sighed, allowing his eyes to shut once more. Ichimatsu, taking this cue from Osomatsu, glanced Choromatsu's way for permission. Choromatsu popped open one eye to glance before he too smiled hopelessly. Bring it in, he offered, opening his arms. Ichimatsu nodded gratefully, and the 2 aliens cuddled up against the humans to keep warm. As things died down and no more words were said, the aliens eventually shifted into their Horovagan forms, comfortably slipping into sleep whilst clinging tight to their smaller, human friends. With that, the long day had finally come to an end, and all slept soundly through the night.